Danganronpa.
Hello, hello, hello. And welcome, welcome, welcome. It's Danganronpa 2, Chapter 1, Part 3? Chapter 1, Part 2, I guess. We did a prologue, and then we did Chapter 1 and 2. Chapter 1, Part 1. None of this matters. We're gonna play the game. What matters is our good, dear, sweet, not so gentle giant, Byakuya Togami, is our first victim. Was the only character who I was able to kind of latch onto. Right? They do have you walk around with bootleg Makoto at the start. What's his name? Nagi Komaida, I think is his last name. I really gotta take some time to learn these characters' names. And he's okay, but he's a little anime protagonist. He's a little toothless. Nagito. Who knows? Maybe he did this fucking murder. Let's find out. We got Exuno. We got Stums. Are we rating friends? No. We're merely reflecting a little bit on how much it sucks that Byakuya died. He's probably the one person I didn't want to die. We've just entered the investigation phase to figure out what happened. And we got some new investigating music going on. This is the evening metal case, Byakuya. This is the... what? Oh, I just read Tifa Kitty saying evening and just carried that word 5 words into this sentence on screen once I started reading. Oh boy. For anyone who didn't see the very start, I wrote, I wrote a weird bit of pseudo slam poetry about the fact that I've only got 4 hours of sleep basically, and then woke up immediately to do this stream. So I might not be here entirely, you know? And I don't know what that's gonna do to my investigation abilities. So maybe the very first case of the game is going to prove to be the hardest of all. The metal case Byakuya had with him, he said it was made of duralumin. The last time I saw it, it was closed, but there are a lot of odd things inside the case, like a nightstick and a pepper spray. And what's this? A hard plastic case, but it's just the case. The inside is empty. I wonder what was inside. But the one thing that really catches my attention is this small key. It must be the key to the other duralumin case. That other case was in the office, and all of the collected dangerous items were inside of it. If the key to that duralumin case is right here, then it's unlikely that the murder weapon used to kill Byakuya was taken from the case. Which means the weapons inside that duralumin case aren't related to Byakuya's murder. Even so, I still don't get it. Why did Byakuya have this duralumin case in the first place? A case packed with all this security equipment? Maybe he was being extra cautious just in case? No, that can't be right. That's way too overboard. Could he have known something was going to happen beforehand? And because of that, he went to all this trouble to be extra careful? Oh, Hellhound Earring, answer my call. Impossible. Is this effort futile as well? Hey, are you still looking for that earring you dropped? It is not a mere earring, it is the Hellhound Earring. Fine. Long ago in a faraway land, a beast known as the Hellhound was feared by all, even by he who summoned it. Well, this is certainly random. The Hellhound tore its way through innumerable battlefields, its fang glistening with blood, and its drenched blood-red fur would dry in the howling winds of loneliness. When I finally tamed that diabolic beast, I received an earring to commemorate that event, the Hellhound Earring, so that I may never forget the night I battled that fearsome Pomeranian. I wear that earring at all times. I understand it's important to you, but for now we need to investigate. Where is it? Where did it disappear to? Maybe it fell underneath the floor? The carpet didn't cover the whole floor. It might have fallen through the gaps between the exposed floorboards. So that's what transpired. Such a clever little bauble. Gundam laughed uproariously as he walked toward the wall and pressed his head against the gaps in the floor and peered beneath the floorboards. There it is. I have found it. Truly, this is the Hellhound Earring. It seems God exists for my benefit. Good for you. However, how do I recover it? I cannot fit my arm through this opening. Were I to use a tool, it would probably not reach either. Maybe you should just give up? What? Give up what? The world? I meant give up the earring. You! Fool, have you not yet realized? I cannot believe how much. I've never had to talk to him for this long before. The world will come to an end if the human race were to lose that earring. You humans are so satisfied with clothing yourselves in layers of false knowledge. You will die. But even with all those layers, you still will not survive the winter. Why am I being scolded? It was foolish of me to rely on you fools. Fine, I shall do something about it on my own. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must go save the world. He wants that earring back by any means necessary. His determination is truly inspiring. It'd be nice if he actually helped me with the investigation. Gaps in the floorboard. He kinda did help a little bit. Hiro, are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine.
What's going on?
Is that what you expected me to say? Because I feel terrible. 1 minute Byakuya is alive and well, and in an instant something awful suddenly happens. Of course I'm not fine.
Why?
And not only that, but whoever killed him is one of us, right? That hasn't been determined yet. It's already been determined. You've already accepted it, haven't you?
This is the worst.
And we have to find out who the killer is. Find out which friend killed our friend. I don't like it either, but we won't survive if we don't go through with it. It's not just for yourself. We have to do it to protect all of us. If I had only acted calmer during the blackout, Byakuya might still be alive.
This is the worst.
This whole thing would have never happened. Stop blaming yourself. Nothing good will come of it.
Jeez.
Getting cheered up by a boy isn't like me at all. Hey, Hajime, forget what I just said, got it? This girl and all her ideas of how boys and girls should be. I won't dwell on it for now. I can't become a burden to everyone. Plus, there might be a clue that only I have access to. A clue? Photos. The ones I took just before the blackout, remember? Yeah. Hey, Byakuya, come on, I'm gonna take a picture. Say cheese. Oh yeah, the pictures. Want to see them? I have a digital camera, so I can show them to you right now. Really? Please. Okay. Hey, look at him on the left, standing there trying not to shit. She's on the right, with a bottle. 3 people got drinks. The only one not on the carpet, standing on floorboards, is Mr. Nagito back there. I feel like I'm supposed to notice the pin on this guy's jacket on the right. Why do I feel like it's going to be important who's got a drink and who doesn't? I took these 2 photos right before the blackout, but... Is something wrong? I didn't realize it until just now, but right before the blackout, Byakuya was standing in a totally different place than where we found him. Wasn't this body under that table with the lamp on top of it? The one underneath the monitor? That I can't help but notice is out of frame in the picture. Prior to that, Byakuya was standing along the wall farthest away from the table. Yeah, he's also against the wall, huh? You're right, that's pretty far. There's something... Everyone's standing position before the blackout might be a huge clue. Can you approximate everybody's standing position from these photos? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It'd be hard to understand from the photos alone, so it might be better for me to plot it out. But would that actually provide a clue? I don't know yet, but I feel like it could.
Leave it to me.
Got it, then leave it to me. That's pretty much the only job I can do anyway. Thank you. Alright, now that that's decided, you better work hard in your investigation too. How much longer are you planning to stand around?
Understand?
You gotta find out how Byakuya died. Yeah, I know, but... It's good she's all fired up now, but she's totally a different person than when she was feeling down. What do you gotta say for yourself? Hey, Hajime, there's something I want to run by you. Before the blackout occurred, Byakuya was in the dining hall with the rest of us, right? Yeah, that's right. And if Byakuya's dead body was discovered after the blackout, then don't you think he died during the blackout? Well, now that you mention it. But why was Byakuya's body under a table? Even if the killer tried to hide him, it's not like he would have stayed hidden forever. Isn't it confusing? You're absolutely right. It seems finding out what exactly happened during the blackout is key to solving the mystery. There's no way I'd know. It was so dark during the blackout I couldn't see a thing. Although if seeing was impossible, then there's a possibility someone might have heard something. Heard something? You talking about her? I must investigate my classmate's body. I'm the one with the medical knowledge. That's why I need to... Before you start, why don't you calm down? Autopsies usually aren't done by people who are freaking out. Steady hand is required, you know what I mean? You're right, I need to calm down first. I'm careless enough as it is. That's pretty obvious from how you fell earlier. I am terribly sorry about that, for showing you something so unsightly. Yeah, you made me remember it again. Wow, we're gonna get... Is this important? Do I need to study the details here? Is that why we're flashing back? It must be the only reason why we're flashing back, right? Forget making a fool of yourself. How in the world did you end up like that? I just noticed the little taco weenies all over her thigh. Well, I got startled by the blackout, slipped on the carpet, and once I was struggling to get back up. Ah, it's so embarrassing. Please erase it from your memory. Even if you ask me, I won't be able to forget it so easily. Sorry. I can't stand it. Oh my god, it's in the evidence. Embarrassing pose. It actually is evidence. Whatever she was drinking got spilt. That might be important. The wine glass didn't shatter either. A remote-controlled air conditioner. Air conditioner? Could it be? Hey, all of you, why can't you act a little more grown up? What was that sound just now? This air conditioner is probably the only machine inside this room. In the air conditioner's remote control, the timer is set to 11:30 p.m. I'm pretty sure Byakuya's time of death was around the same time. If so, that means that mechanical sound before the blackout, it probably came from this air conditioner. That is a really sharp observation that I'm not sure I would have made if the character didn't just point it out for me. My flashes of inspiration aren't as bad as I thought. AC timer's been added to the troop build section. That is where fucking what's-his-face was standing, right? Nagito. Oh, we're just gonna do this whole thing again, huh? Can I hold this B button? Ah, I can. Perfect. I'm gonna leave the body for a little bit. A lot of tasty looking party dishes. In the end, nobody really ate that much. I can't imagine these are related to the incident. Why are the windows covered with iron plates? Does it have something to do with the renovation project? No, worrying about that is a waste of time. It doesn't have anything to do with Byakuya's death anyway. Smarter than the entire cast of the first game? Yeah, pretty much. Such a huge table. There's nothing much out of the ordinary. A lot of fancy looking party dishes. Wherever I go, there are surveillance cameras. Moving on to the body. Under this very table, Byakuya was... First, I should investigate the top of the table. Although the only thing on top of this table that really catches my eye is this desk lamp. It looks like an antique lamp, and it seems rather heavy. The power cord was connected to the outlet, so it would have been useless during the blackout. Other than that, there's nothing else on the table that really stands out to me. There were tablecloths in the... storage shed. Storage closet. I'm thinking about how if you wanted to like replace this tablecloth and why that would matter. Now's not the time for me to flinch. I gotta do it. I let out a shout as if to encourage myself and quickly looked beneath the table. Immediately, he's got night vision goggles. That's what that is over there. Interesting. Or maybe someone else had them. Immediately I noticed an unexplainable smell, like rusted iron hanging in the air. Enduring the stinging pain in the back of my eyes, I slowly shifted my gaze toward Byakuya's body. Byakuya Togami, the ultimate affluent progeny. He was the kind of guy who said a lot of hurtful things, but he tried his best to lead everyone. Why did he have to end up like this? The only thing I can do right now, for Byakuya's sake, is to uncover the truth behind his death. What is this? It looks like binoculars, but why is there a pair of binoculars under the table?
Hey,
Hajime, those aren't binoculars. Huh? Then what are they?
perhaps?
They're probably night vision goggles. Night vision goggles? I've seen them at the supermarket on this island. That's true, they are there. They also stock self-defense kits, too. If that's the case, did the killer use these night vision goggles to kill Byakuya during the blackout? It seems more likely that he had the night vision goggles himself, being like super ultra prepared. I don't remember quite what the plastic case looked like and whether these could have fit inside. These look really big and that case looked pretty small. But I did remember thinking it seemed like maybe a pair of glasses could go in there. Why haven't we seen Byakuya's face? Is he not wearing his glasses? We'll see him, maybe. A bloody knife. Is this the weapon that killed Byakuya? What's the green stuff on it? What does that mean? How did the killer bring this knife to the dining hall in the first place? Yeah, they did say something about a horrible expression last time, and I made a joke about how no one could see his face. Byakuya thoroughly patted down everyone and thoroughly inspected every corner of this old building, and all the confiscated dangerous items were supposed to be placed in that duralumin case. It's possible they stole this knife from the case, or they hid it somewhere hard to find. Also, there's one more strange thing there's one more thing about this knife that's strange. There's some kind of paint that's been applied to the hilt. In the dim light beneath the table, it seems to glow dully. Could this be glowing paint? In other words, someone would have seen this if someone was using, like, carrying it across the room. So maybe the knife was already here? Maybe it was duct taped underneath the table? Something is stuck to the back of the table. Is this duct tape? There seems to be paint applied to the non-sticky side of the duct tape. So the person could find it in the dark. In the dim light beneath the table, it seems to glow dully. Could this be the glowing paint? The body is collapsed face down under the table, as if he was in the middle of attempting something. It looks like he was looking beneath the floorboards. According to the Monokuma file, he was repeatedly stabbed between the throat and abdominal region. Repeatedly stabbed. Oh, the skewer through the floorboards? And the knife is misdirection? Or maybe the knife was Byakuya planning to do murder. He hides the knife here, uses the goggles to navigate underneath the table to retrieve the knife, and then gets stabbed. That's my working theory for now. Would one of us really do something so horrible? Would two of us really do something so horrible? The Monokuma file has been updated. With what exactly? I was off forming a lot of theories. Face down as if you were reaching for something. What are these two different... Byakuya's body... Bloodstain is what it wants, okay. The blood flowing from Byakuya's body formed a huge pool under the table. There's a lot of blood. There's blood splattered everywhere. Even the inner side of the tablecloth is covered in blood. The blood might have splattered all over the place when he got stabbed, but there don't seem to be any drag marks leading from the blood pool. If he was stabbed with the skewer, he wouldn't have got this much blood all over the place, right? Did blood get on the knife just from the spray everywhere? I'm sure I've pretty much investigated what's under the table. Despite the fact that it's just me, I think I'm working pretty hard. It's weird that it's just me when there are 14 others of us. Even if it's just a little, I'm sure we're getting close to the truth behind Byakuya's death. Now then, where else should I investigate?
Hajime.
A moment? What is it?
Hey.
When we're finished with the investigation here, would you like to hear what everyone has to say together? If I go by myself, some people might not talk to me out of caution. Well, we've been told that one of us is a killer. Can't be helped if everyone's on edge right now. But why me? You're easy to talk to, and I feel like you have a scent similar to mine. We both harbor special feelings toward Hope's Peak Academy, isn't that right? Well, yeah, but fine. If we're going together, let's get on with it. There's no time for idle chit-chat. I'm glad. It'll be a great help. Special feelings, huh? Even so, what he said about us being similar, I don't think I agree. If you can't remember your talent, it must be detective. There's a 100% correlation using past data. I'm not... The way I investigated that body, I didn't even flip him over, you know? Like a... Kyoko would have flipped him over. She would have seen that the puncture wounds couldn't possibly have been caused by a knife or whatever. Like, I'm very much not the ultimate detective. But that means I have no idea what I actually am. Do you think you could have physically flipped? Get something for leverage if you need to. I guess, for now, we should search the inside of this old building and listen to what the others have to say. That's what I was going to do anyway. Not just the dining hall. I think we should consider the whole building the scene of the crime. After all, that blackout that took place at the time would have happened throughout this entire building. Yeah, you're right. There's something I want to ask you. What is it?
It is strange, no?
It appears that only that wall is a different color and material. Oh? A secret door in and out of the hall?
Perhaps.
Oh, it's probably a fire door. You never seen one before? It's a door that shuts to keep fire from spreading by containing it. If that happens, you can run away, right?
Wow!
It's like a barrier. Just like lining up plastic bottles around the house. What? Like to set up an obstacle course for your cat to run through? That's only done to keep cats from getting in. You know about keeping cats from getting inside, but you don't know about fire doors?
I am ashamed!
Truly, I am culturally ignorant. I am ashamed of myself. Fire door. So it doesn't open to the outside anywhere. It would block off this hall. Oh, I see. There's a second one. I don't know what to make of that.
Hey.
Would the blackout have triggered the door at all? Like a... You hope Danganronpa 3 has the ultimate memester who only talks in meimeis. That'd be pretty good. I feel like the ultimate gamer in this one is already, like, dropping these deep cut references. But you're right, I wouldn't say she's a memer. she's just sleepy like me. Let's try talking to everyone. It's definitely going to help us out. Wow, thanks, partner. The storage room is really dusty and dark.
Wow.
My hands were full cleaning the dining hall, so I couldn't even touch this room. It even has cobwebs. There's no way I could stay in here for a long time. It got weirdly quiet when I mentioned the cobwebs. There's a huge piece of cloth randomly shoved in here. Is this a tablecloth? Oh, tablecloth. Wait, huh? Hold on, there's something on it. Is this a blood stain? What does it mean?
Huh?
A blood stain? Come here, take a closer look. It's too dark, I can't really see that clearly. There's no mistaking it, this is clearly a blood stain, which means this tablecloth is connected to Byakuya's murder, right? If that tablecloth has a blood stain on it, then it's a possibility. Seriously, it is a blood stain. Storage room tablecloth. Unless it's not a blood stain. Someone spill their pink, I don't know, what's a pink drink? Chardonnay? Rose? Rose. Maybe just pink lemonade. It's in the name. Stacks of clean tablecloths. It looks like they haven't been used yet. Guess there's nothing strange here. Why is there blood on this tablecloth and on the one in the dining hall? That don't make no sense. That seems to suggest attacks took place at two different points or something. There's an awful lot of boxes. We don't have time to go through each and every one of them. I guess I should leave them alone. A wise decision. Oh? It seems like a potential flaw in our investigation. Monokuma contacts us through these monitors. I really want to break it, but yada yada yada. Camera, yada yada yada. Irons. Yeah. Obviously the tablecloths are part of the investigation, so an iron could factor into that, but it looks like they were recently turned on. But why are there 3 irons on this ironing board? Just as I thought, your eyes don't miss a thing. When I was looking for Byakuya after the blackout, I found these irons, but when I found them, all 3 of them were turned on. This is what causes the blackout. These 3 irons plus the AC.
Yep.
It'd be bad if another blackout happened, so I turned them off, but doesn't this feel kind of sinister? Sinister. Irons in storage room. It's the only reason I can think of for all 3 to be on.
Hajime.
How much longer are you gonna stay in this dark place? You're just wasting your time. Let's move on and investigate other places already. It's weird that he's shuffling me around like this. Oh, I get it, you're right. I don't trust this guy, man. I'm pretty sure they would never have me investigate a clue in a hallway.
I see.
But I can't help but want to be thorough. You know me. Apparently a great man once said, investigations should be done on foot. So that's why I'm using my feet. I'm just walking around for no particular reason. Well, if there's no reason, then there's no meaning.
Hey.
Hey, Hajime, I just realized something. Could she by any chance know what happened during the blackout? Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. How'd you know? So you did hear us, even though Hajime and I were talking pretty softly just now. Not only do I have a perfect face, style, and personality, but I also have perfect ears. Yeah, she mentioned that earlier, didn't she? If your hearing is so good, maybe you heard what actually happened during the blackout. When the blackout happened, you could hear everybody's voice through the dining hall, right? We couldn't tell, but you would be able to make out who's who, right? Just leave it to Ibuki. It'll be easy as fried rice with gravy. Huh? La li la la, I'll hardly eat it for breakfast. You mean it'll be like easy as pie, except eating fried rice. Fried rice with gravy for breakfast is kind of heavy. Any fried rice that isn't fried rice with gravy is so wrong. She should make a metaphor with a more common type of fried rice, like egg fried rice or lettuce fried rice. Anyway, can you tell us what you heard here? Leave it to me, I'm gonna take a bite out of you.
Yep.
If you tell us, I'll let you bite Hajime later. Stop it! What if she takes you seriously? Let's see, the first person who raised their voice during the blackout was... That's right, it was Mahiro who screamed.
Blackout!
This is why she felt like, oh, it's my fault. Next was Kazuichi's voice, and then the next voice was mine.
Hey, I can't see anything.
It's pitch black! My future is pitch black!
She would be a biter. Careful. She's a biter. What a nice remark I made. It's to the point and has its own unique charm. Just continue. Then there were more voices, one after the other.
Everyone, calm down! We gotta stay calm in a situation like this!
Hey, Nightmare.
Ah! Don't step on my feet!
What the hell? What's going on here?
So he's still alive at this point.
This is...
That's ominous.
Ow!
Nagito is the first voice that comes up after we hear Byakuya reacting to something. As if maybe you were trying to cover up the sound of some kind of murder or something. And you go, ow.
Turn the damn lights on! I can't eat like this, you know?
If the murder was done, like, with the skewer through the floorboards, then, like, anyone inside the room wouldn't be guilty. Oh. Maybe the skewer went through the tablecloth. And that's why it needed to be, like, replaced. And then the skewer was just hidden in the floorboards? You can't get a skewer through an entire table and then covering it up by going, ow, right? Well, I guess you wouldn't. You could just stab through the side. I don't know.
You guys? Where are you? Wasn't the blackout just in the kitchen?
Perhaps the breaker overloaded?
Hold on a sec. I'll go along the wall and do something about it.
He starts moving along the wall. Alrighties, that's pretty much it. Aren't I awesome? Praise me, give me lots of praise. I heard you the first time. Seriously, don't get any closer. Hey Nagito, say something to her. Hey, did something happen? No, I was just thinking about what Byakuya said during the blackout. What he said?
Hey.
Why did he say something like that? Rather, why was he able to say that? What the hell? What's going on here? And this is... What do you mean? About that, why don't we discuss it after we've investigated a little bit more? For now, I can't really say anything for certain. Well, it's not like I really care. It's not like I really care. It seems like he knows something about the murder, and I'm like, well, I will see if I care. Anyway, don't you think Ibuki's account just now is an important clue that will lead us to the truth? Then praise me! Let me bite you. Ouch! Why are you really biting me? Fuck. What is wrong with her? Don't bite people. What the hell? Alright, we're gonna try this. Still locked. We don't know what's going on with the mystery of the locked bathroom. Someone appears to be inside. Since it's a unisex bathroom, I don't know who's actually in there. Someone in there. We knocked on the door and tried calling out to whoever was on the other side, but no response. This is going nowhere. I guess we should give up for now and check on it later. This is weird. I don't want to have to try to keep track of all the moments when someone could have slipped in and out of this bathroom. I'm guessing the way that everyone's talking, like, it could just be like there's evidence hidden in here and someone locked the door or something, right? But the way everyone's talking, they keep saying like, we don't know who's in there. Like, so I feel like it's gonna be different people are in here at different times. This is Internet Dirigibles here for the Dimbo Rimbo. The Diggada Rimbada.
Hajime.
The old building's circuit breaker should be inside this office. But it's very high off the floor, and what does that mean? Only certain people can reach it? Someone had to, like, stand on something? Maybe it was moved out of reach. I guess we'll see. Circuit breaker, huh? Might be related to the blackout. Yeah, probably, you think? It's better if we check out the circuit breaker first. Alright. That must be the old building's circuit breaker. Circuit. The blackout probably happened because of this.
I see.
It doesn't look like someone did anything to it. Nothing else looks suspicious either. The circuit breaker's pretty high up. Even if you use a stepladder, you won't reach it. Yeah, I totally agree. That's why it's so mysterious. This is about as far as you got? Alright, you can just pick it up and come along for the ride. Well, during the blackout, I was panicking so bad I forgot about that, but you're right. Even with a stepladder, there's no way you'd be able to reach that circuit breaker. Which means someone must have reset the breaker after the blackout. But who? As an electrical engineer, I hate that the breaker is on the ceiling. I did it! It's here.
Actually,
You idiots had no idea what to do about the blackout, so I'm the one who reset the circuit breaker.
way.
I'm not the one who tripped the breaker. The killer did that, of course. Okay, he's just gonna tell us that straight up. But how did someone as small as you reset the breaker? Well, firstly, my eyes work real good at night, so I have no trouble seeing in the dark and navigating around and stabbing people in the dark. Wasn't me, though. And if you want to know how I reached the circuit breaker, your body stretches. Oh. You know, I'm very elastic.
I won't be fooled.
Liar.
It's true.
I'm serious. Want to see? Want to see a version of Monokuma with his body all stretched out? It's gross. It's grotesque. No thanks. Just imagining it makes me want to puke. Oh, really? Such a shame.
So
Still, don't you think Monokuma's such a nice guy? In a popularity contest, he'd take first place. What the hell? So he's the one who reset the breaker. Well, in that case, I'm convinced there's no way we'd be able to reach that. If that's the case, how did the killer trip the circuit breaker? They didn't trip it. Oh, they just want it off the ground so that someone can't manually ka-chunk hit the switch. They had to overload it with the irons and the AC. If they didn't trip it or set it to be tripped... I can already tell. You doubt me, correct? However, it does not surprise me. An unexpected blackout occurred, and during that time, Byakuya was killed. The circuit breaker is in this office. Naturally, I look suspicious, since I was supposed to be here, which you fucking weren't. Where were you?
Wait.
Supposed to be here. Does that mean...
I see.
So I was right, you weren't in the office. But why? Weren't you supposed to guard the circuit breaker and the Duralumin case with all the weapons in it? So where'd you run off to on your own? Well, that is... bathroom? Ugh. Ugh. Peko suddenly dropped to one knee and started groaning on the spot. She took her food separately from everyone else and came and eat here? I wonder if someone poisoned it and made her sick. What happened? I'm just not feeling too well. I apologize, but excuse me. Excuse me? What was that?
Hey,
Peko, it appears the bathroom inside the old building is currently occupied, so I recommend either the hotel lobby or your cottage. Huh? It seems like it will be a tough path. With cold sweat dripping from her forehead, Peko wobbled out of the office. What happened to her? That or she has to shit! It's kind of hard for me to say it myself. I already feel bad enough for Peko as it is. What does that mean? I mean, is it cool? She didn't, like, run away or something? Because if she ran away, she's obviously the killer. I'm almost positive. Is that really what it is? Another AC? This remote controls for the office's air conditioner. The timer here is set to 11:30 p.m. Wasn't the timer for the air conditioner in the dining hall also set for that time? Can't be a coincidence, right? Ba-ba-da-bum. Unsurprising. Lining up with the theories I've formed. Boom, boom, boom. Another lamp, also on. Just the desk the staff used for busy work. There's nothing in particular that catches my eye. Not gonna talk about the lamp? Alright. So this case is important. It should contain all the dangerous items Byakuya collected.
Hey,
Maybe we should check inside just to be safe. But it's locked.
Yep.
Byakuya had the key to this particular Duralumin case with him. Check it out. I brought it with me, so there's no need to worry. Hey, is it okay to take that key without permission?
now.
It's forbidden to tamper with the crime scene, but if we don't, we can't check inside this case, right? So I should open it. This guy, he doesn't feel any remorse.
See?
It's open. Forks, kitchen knives, iron skewers, and various tools are crammed inside. But it's not possible that the killer took anything from here, because the key to this case was inside the case that Byakuya had with him. I guess you're right about that. This probably had nothing to do with the murder. That seems unlikely, though I can't really pinpoint what exactly it did have to do with the murder.
Maybe.
Alright, this guy was sneaking around in the dark. What were you doing? Isn't Peko the killer? Why do you think that? Well, she wandered off somewhere even though she was supposed to be in the office. When we were looking for Byakuya after the blackout, I went to the office right away, but when I got here, she was gone.
Well.
I couldn't say this too loudly or else Miss Sonia will yell at me. Peko's probably the one who tripped the circuit breaker and used the blackout to her advantage to kill Byakuya. And don't you think she looked kind of ruthless too? Like an assassin, right? Well, it's not like you look any better. Bam. There's his face. The face of a killer.
Now then.
I guess we're done with the office, don't you think so? We should get going now. You say so. Yeah, the protagonist can't remember his talent. Clatter clatter, still locked.
Hey!
Boom, 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 boom. Is it gonna let me leave? No way I can leave this old building yet. What did I miss? Oh. Wait. No? Nothing? What? Oh, that's my pet? Ultimate dementia. What do you want me to investigate next? I was teasing the game for unnecessarily... That's the storage room. Oh, the kitchen, of course. Hey, were you in the kitchen during the blackout, Teru? That blackout totally startled me. At first I thought it was just in the kitchen, but when I finally managed to get out of the kitchen, the hallway was pitch black too. And then I heard everybody's voices, so I fumbled along the wall and tried to feel my way to the dining hall. But the place was pitch black too. It was like pitch black everywhere. Couldn't you have used that kitchen stove as a light?
No.
What? That's probably not a good idea, right? That's impossible. The gas stove needs electricity to work, so it was directly affected by the blackout. I see, I guess that's not possible. Since you work with fire in the kitchen, I figured you'd be able to use it as a light source or something, but I guess it's not that easy. Huh. Byakuya must have confiscated all the dangerous items on the kitchen's equipment list. While just reading through this list, it looks like the knife next to Byakuya's body didn't come from the kitchen. It appears to have been brought from outside. From outside? And how did the killer get past Byakuya's body check?
That's weird.
Strange, isn't it? I mean, he didn't go even go easy on the girls when he was performing the pat-downs. If that's the case, they probably brought the knife in advance and hid it somewhere.
Hey,
Still, it's surprising how, like the person who was cleaning all day? Still, it's surprising how much equipment this kitchen still has. There are iron plates for barbecuing and even a portable stove for cooking hot pots. But all this stuff, that doesn't pertain to the murder, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I agree. Best part about a gas stove is you can still use it during a blackout, just need a match. At least the stove top. Yeah, that's true. Well... yeah, you need the match. Yeah. Chinese, Japanese, French, Italian cuisine, fish dishes, and a big piece of meat on the bone. Isn't it amazing? That meat is so big even I was shocked. It's a dish fit for a tropical island. I'd never be able to get meat like this in Aoyama or Azabu. I'd never be able to get meat like this in my hometown, much less Aoyama or Azabu. I get it, you meant to repeat yourself, but it's so big, where did you get it? I asked Nekomaru. Apparently he killed the cow at the ranch with his bare hands and brought it over. Holy shit. His bare hands? It's a little hard to believe, but it doesn't seem completely impossible either. Those hands of his, they look like they specialize in punching things. I wouldn't want to get punched by those hands. This is weird the way we're phrasing this. Seriously, Nekomaru is so wild. He's totally right at home in a country setting. I'm so jealous. My hometown is near Aoyama and Azabu, so wild country things like that, they slip my mind a lot, you know? Why does he keep saying this? Well, I guess this meat has gone to waste since this awfulness happened right when the party started. The only ones who ate any food were Akane and Peko, who took some portions for herself. Oh. So, if anyone gets sick from the food, right, then this would explain certain things. Don't say that. After I worked so hard to cook the world's most refined party dishes, only 2 people actually tasted them? Well, it's not like I actually believe it, but if there really is a killer out there, I'll probably never be able to forgive that killer. He's scary when he's mad. Party dishes. I guess I've pretty much finished investigating the kitchen for now. Nagito, let's get going.
right.
Yeah, sure thing. Is someone gonna bump into us in the hall now that we've investigated all the rooms? Yep. Looks like you've pretty much finished looking around the old building. So how about we check out Byakuya's cottage? Byakuya's cottage.
Yep.
There might be clues there, so I thought it'd be good to check it out just in case. But I was scared I might encounter some danger if I went there by myself. Well, I don't really mind going there together, but aren't you worried about the possibility that I might be in danger?
Hey,
You mean, am I worried about you being the killer? Oh, I think I said something like I am the danger or something. I might be that danger? Yeah. I'm more worried that I'm gonna be in danger. I don't think you're the killer. In fact, I can't even imagine it. It's like instead of living with doubt in others, it's so much better to die believing in others. Don't talk like that. We're doing this so we can live, you know?
I see.
As I thought, you sure are strong. You are definitely the chosen one. Chosen by Hope's Peak Academy. Oh.
All right.
Then let's get going, to Byakuya's cottage. Yeah. I don't know why, but every time we talk, I don't really know how I'm supposed to react. The moment I left the old building, there was a strange scene unfolding before me.
Hey, what are you doing?
What am I doing, you say? Ha!
Oh, I
That
forgot
is
my
truly
character is
a
voiced by
foolish question.
Johnny Young Bosch, and this guy is voiced by the greatest man alive.
We're just checking to see if we can get under the floor from here.
Yeah, this is an important idea.
Under the floor? Why?
Who said it was futile? Who decided it was impossible? How did you know I cannot recover my earring?
If it is possible to get under the floor, it'll change our understanding of the murder.
She's smart.
So I thought it was important to check it.
I see.
Under the floor, huh? I never considered thinking of it like that. What do you mean?
See?
Come on, think about it.
Hey,
The carpet I laid didn't reach the table where we found Byakuya's body, right? And the dining hall floor had huge gaps between the floorboards. And is it possible that the killer killed Byakuya by stabbing him from beneath the floor?
Yep.
That's what I thought, so I'm trying to see if we can get under it from here. She actually just straight up thought exactly that, huh? Well, I guess it's not possible to get under the floor from outside. The building is surrounded by firm fences, but there's no way to sneak under the floor from there. Even so, I couldn't find a way to get under the floor from inside the building either. Do you think there's a possibility that there's a hidden hole somewhere? No, that's not possible. Are you sure? At any rate, it seems like you can't get under the floor from outside the building. That's a relief. Relief? Why? Because if you could get under the floor from the outside, there'd only be one logical suspect. The only person who didn't come to the party and also doesn't have an alibi. Emo hair? Yeah, he's the ultimate breeder. He's got 4 hamsters that are trained, highly trained. And they're also the 4 dark divas of destruction, you know. Hamster stuff. Fuyuhiko. I suspected him too. That's why I was checking to see if it's possible to get under the floor from outside.
Well,
Speaking of which, not long after I began guarding the entrance, Fuyuhiko came here. Well, he did.
huh?
What happened, Fuyuhiko?
Huh?
Oh, hey, what are you doing here? All alone at a place like this?
Yep.
I'm standing guard so Monokuma doesn't come inside.
Huh.
How diligent of you.
Hey.
You're not coming to the party?
What are you saying?
Hell no, not even if you paid me. Parties are stupid. They make me want to puke. You want to come to the party, right? Isn't that why you came here? Of course not. I was just going for a damn walk. What, do I gotta report to you every time I want to go for a fucking walk?
That's wrong.
It's not like that, but then leave me alone. And then he just left. So that happened, but why did he come here?
See?
He probably wants to be part of the group, but he can't be honest about it. He believes he's different from everyone else. That's why he's always alone. Why is she, like, crazy perceptive?
Hey.
He's like the main character of an RPG. Have you played those before? When did we start talking about video games? Chiaki's account has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook.
See.
Even though we don't really know what he's thinking, I don't think we have any reason to doubt him. It's true, a video gamer who is in a video game story is going to be at a huge advantage, right? She's just gonna see the world as it is in the story, the complete batshit crazy way that it is. Even though we don't really know what he's thinking, I don't think we have any reason to doubt him.
I'm glad.
It's a relief. I'm glad. You keep saying you're glad, but we have no idea who the killer is. Well, I guess for now we should stick to the plan and head over to Byakuya's cottage. As long as the possibility is greater than 0, that will suffice.
Not unleashed even half of my power yet.
I will most assuredly reclaim the Hellhound earring with my own 2 hands. It seems he has no intention of investigating. Do you have anything more for me? I guess for now I've discovered the building is surrounded by firm fences, so there's no way to sneak under the floor from there, I think.
Yep.
Also, Fuyuhiko came by not long after the party started. Got it. Alright, going to the cottage. This is me spinning around to go to the cottage. Hey, buddy. What the hell? Didn't I tell you to leave me alone? That's not happening. Didn't you hear Monokuma's announcement? Of course I did. Apparently Byakuya's the one who got killed. So what? What did you say? You think I'm the killer? Think whatever you want. I'm used to being mistrusted. That's not why I'm... Whatever. Just tell me what you were doing while everyone else was at the party. Checking my alibi, eh? Well, I don't have one. I was just chilling in my cottage all by myself during that time. The whole time? Because Chiaki said she saw you in front of the old building.
Shut up!
Nosy bitch.
Jeez.
It's true I went for a little walk, and then just by chance I ended up passing by the old building. Were you really going for a walk? Don't tell me you were actually trying to join the party.
Don't fuck with me!
Why the hell would I do that? It's a coincidence. A coincidence! Alright, I got it. Dumbass. These are the horns of investigation. This is the synth of mystery coming in now. Which of these is our bad? It's this one. Nope. Why am I so fucking bad at this? I'm pointed towards the exit, so I need to rotate this 180 degrees. Guy looks like an Al Capone gangster, not a Yakuza. Maybe in Japanese he comes across like that. It's locked. Guess we need to ask him for help. And so Nagito took a deep breath. Monokuma!
Did you call me?
Nagito, when did you train Monokuma? Hey Monokuma, I was wondering if you can do us a favor. There's something we want to investigate. Wait, who are you talking to? That's just my after image. Whoa, he's over here. When I get serious, my after image is unleashed. I can even play soccer by myself as long as I have this cloning technique. That'd be boring to play alone. I don't have time for this. Just hurry up and open Byakuya's cottage already.
Well,
This is for the class trial. It's something we really need. For the class trial? If it's for the class trial, there's no way I can refuse. Now then, there's only one spell that can open these doors. Vava Valus.
I'll leave the rest to you.
I've unlocked the door. Now you can investigate to your heart's content. Why does it open with a magic spell? It's probably powered by electricity. At any rate, that performance was a waste of time. I see. I guess we should go inside then.
You're right.
I'm sorry. Did you bring all these books? Did you fill these all in yourself? This bed. Nothing about it really catches my eye. Just a boring ass bed. With no bedding whatsoever. Nobody gets blankets, nobody gets pillows. Fuck you. That's the true reason that gets everyone to kill each other. I can't take another fucking night sleeping on these goddamn beds. Looks like the room's interior design isn't that different than mine. There's not much to worry about here. Alright, let's get to the good stuff. No, not the window. Envelope. An envelope on the table. It's a letter someone sent to Byakuya.
That's weird.
There's no sender. It looks pretty suspicious. Is this why he takes such preventative measures with the party? Someone's like, hey, I'm gonna fucking do the murder.
Hajime.
You should check what's inside. Yeah, you're right. Let's see. Be careful. The first kill will happen tonight. Someone will definitely kill someone. Yeah. This is a crime warning? No, if it says be careful, it's probably a threatening letter. Regardless, who would send something like this? Maybe this is why Byakuya suddenly decided to throw a party. Huh? The first kill will happen tonight, because someone made this threat to Byakuya. He gathered everyone in one area and was extremely cautious about all the dangerous items. He was trying to create a scenario in which everyone could monitor each other. He thought if he did that, nobody would be able to kill anyone. So he believed this crazy letter. He couldn't ignore the possibility of this happening, even if it was just a worst-case scenario. Remember what Byakuya kept saying? How he wouldn't let anyone become a victim? He couldn't overlook that slim possibility just to keep his promise. Then why did he keep it a secret? If he had just told us...
Nope.
He probably couldn't. He probably thought that was also a worst-case scenario. What do you mean? If everyone knew what was in this letter, whether it's a lie or not, everyone would likely begin to doubt each other, and at that point there'd be no turning back. So Byakuya tried to do something about this all by himself, without telling anyone?
Yep.
His strong sense of responsibility. It's the only explanation I can think of. Anyway, whoever sent Byakuya this letter also killed him. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry.
No. This could be a prank. It might have nothing to do with Byakuya's death at all. What was that? He suddenly became really quiet. I see. He doesn't want to believe one of us could be a killer. But still, we've come all the way here, and it's the only thing I can think of. The person who wrote this letter murdered Byakuya. If that's the case, that person completely predicted how Byakuya would react once he received it, right? This guy, Nagito, was the one who held the straws for everyone, and then whoopsie whoops, he was the one who drew the short straw to be the one to clean the cottage. Which I think is when the knife must have been planted on the scene under the table. Which I didn't think about earlier. Very, very suspicious, this guy. They planned to manipulate Byakuya and killed him right before our eyes in that old building. Damn it, who the hell would do that? I'm trying to look at the writing. I don't think we're gonna be able to get anything out of it.
Hey,
Hajime, there's probably not much time left until the class trial starts. Probably. Yeah, which reminds me, you asked Mihiro for a favor earlier, right? Yeah, I wanted her to find out where everybody was standing just before the blackout. She's probably finished by now. You're coming with me, right?
sorry.
That's all you. Huh? I need some time alone. I'd like some time to collect my thoughts. I see. I understand.
Hey,
Also, if you're going back to the old building, you should hear what Mikon has to say as well. I think the results of her autopsy should be ready by now.
bye now.
I'll see you later. He was pretty pale. I wonder if he's okay. Because he's worried I'm gonna see he's the one standing on the outside of the room? Now's not the time for me to worry about Nagito. Who suggested that she was gonna do that? I talked to Mahiro before Nagito, I think, right? It wasn't until we left the dining hall that he started coming with me and listening in on every conversation, so he didn't know what I talked to her about. So he's like, hey, what did you talk to her about? And I was like, oh yeah, I'm looking at where everyone was standing before the blackout. And then he's like, shit. Because he's gonna see where I was standing and that's not good. There's like 4 major pieces of evidence against this guy. There isn't much time left. I better hurry over to the old building. I'm just trying to piece some things together in my mind. I'm picturing him getting stabbed by a skewer, but we never found the skewer. It appears there's no way underneath the cottage. So I don't know how anyone would get under there. There's this fire door in the hallway that doesn't seem to factor into anything, unless behind the fire door is some kind of secret passage. Like, when it's open, it's up against the wall and you can't see, but when it's closed, which he would have seen while he was cleaning. It's too obvious it can't be him. It's the first case. I love this guy's laugh. What the hell was that loud voice just now? Is this his victory laugh of finally being able to shit? Level up. The bathroom seems to be open, but I don't really need to go right now. There's really no need for me to go inside? The toilet has been so suspicious this entire case, and we don't want to investigate in here? Yeah, Jorf, we just finished investigating most of the crime. Most of the scene, anyway. I feel so lighthearted right now. I, Nekomura Nidai, have been reborn. I have no intention of losing anymore. Losing to who? I won't lose to anyone, not even my past self. That sounds cool and all, but what are you talking about? Well, I don't don't know who was behind it, but someone tried to make a shitty bastard out of me. Why is poop so funny? It's just the funniest thing. Make a shitty bastard out of me. The idea of locking the bathroom door on someone who has to take a shit to turn them into a shitty bastard. Some scoundrel was occupying the bathroom before the party was about to start. Now that you mention it, you said something like that shortly after the party started. Been trying to use it many times, but the door just won't open at all. However, you think I'd be angered by something like that, you've all underestimated my nerve and patience. Do all and achieve all with one's presence of mind. That is the goal of a true leader. In other words, a leader must never falter in any situation, but always have the presence of one's mind. He says that, but I'm pretty sure he was shaken up by the whole ordeal, and well, best not to go into it. So anyway, you're saying the bathroom door was shut from before the party started to after the blackout.
So what I mean is...
And the bathroom was finally unoccupied after Byakuya's body was found. That's about how long that lasted. What he said sounds stupid and irrelevant, but I should remember it just in case. I need to read that again, because I don't know if this is true. The bathroom is the big question mark here. And if there's some way through the bathroom under the house, that could be a game changer, right? Nekumara kept trying to use the bathroom since before the party started. Someone was using it the whole time. He was able to enter the bathroom after Byakuya's body was discovered. I mean, could someone have just had the key and locked it? Does it have a lock? I feel like there's a lot of information about this bathroom the game has not given me that I've been trying to get. Half the people so carefree about someone dying, they can't figure it out, they're all dead. Look, man, I don't think you understand just how badly he had to shit. What are you doing inside? Just as I thought, it seems there's no way to get under the floor from inside this old building. Maybe. So it's just as Nagito said. If that's the case, I guess I should give up on finding Gundam's earring. We got the autopsy and we've got the photo. If you'd like, I can tell you a little bit of what I want to say. Did you find out anything? I tried within reason to perform an autopsy on Byakuya's body, and I discovered that there were several puncture wounds around Byakuya's chest and abdominal region. Deep wounds, deep enough to reach his lungs and internal organs. It can be assumed that a very thin, sharp object, around 5 millimeters in diameter, was used to stab him over and over again, which is why I believe... Are you okay? I'm sorry, talking about it made me sad. No need to push yourself, I mostly got the gist of what you wanted to say. I'm sorry. Still, around 5 millimeters in diameter, huh? Isn't that pretty thin? That's as thin as an ice pick or an awl. Or a skewer. Alright, so it's good to know we're on the right track with the skewer. One time I dropped my wallet through a slatted floor and never got it back because there was no way to get under it from the outside, much like this situation. Well, a skewer can fit through the floorboards, right? So you get a skewer, you stab the wallet, and then getting it back out is... Well, that part's the tricky part. You're here. Why the hell did you wander? Where the hell did you wander off to? I wasn't wandering, I was investigating as much as I could. I see, well, if you weren't slacking off, then I guess it's fine. So did you find anything? Yeah, sorta. You don't sound too sure.
Hey.
What you could do is destroy your wallet so that no one else can have your information. You can just stab the hell out of it. Well, just take a look at this. There he is, at the back, on the floorboards next to the AC. Using the 2 photos I took before the blackout. Byakuya's are way over there. Tried to pinpoint where everyone was standing. When I did, this diagram was the result. I'm just trying to soak it all in. Nagito's the one just closest to the body, as well as the AC. This is going to be important during the trial, I think, and not so helpful right now, so I better just move on. So this is everyone's standing position before the blackout. Everyone's pretty much in the dining hall. I've made this diagram from analyzing those photos, so I'm pretty sure it's accurate. Yeah, so Peko was supposed to be guarding the office room, but she wasn't there when we got there. Chiaki was supposed to be standing outside, but she was alone, so we don't necessarily know about that. Same with Teru Teru, alone in the kitchen. Byakuya was standing at a far distance from that table. It's impossible. There's no way he'd be able to move that far during the blackout. I don't think that's true. Well, I don't know. When he's running, he does clomp around in a pretty audible way. What's this line? Oh, I think he means because it was so dark, but if he had night vision goggles, then he would be able to move around the room. What's this line extending from the table where Byakuya was killed? It's the lamp plugged into the wall. Huh? I drew the power cord for it just in case. Power cord for the desk lamp. If that cord is extending from the table where Byakuya was killed, that means... What does that mean? It's not clear to me yet, but I guess you're right. I didn't really understand it myself when I was drawing it. I have a feeling that it's either a potential clue or just a waste of labor. No, it wasn't a waste at all. It's not clear to me yet, but there's no mistake that a clue is hidden here. An extremely important clue. Why did they make such a big deal out of that? Was plugging it in? I assumed that the AC going on at 11:30 was enough to trip the breaker, but like maybe having to plug the lamp in or something was a... I don't know. I don't remember if this lamp was always on this table or...
Guys, it's finally time! That's right!
Did it be in the... It's not... I don't actually have the photos in here. I don't remember. I don't remember the photos they showed me and whether the lamp was there or when the lamp was... Well, if it was right before the lights went off, then the lamp would have been there, probably. If it wasn't, that would be a major clue. Alrighty, guys, it's finally time. That's right, for the long-awaited class trial.
You all the meeting place. At the central island of Jabberwock Island, there is a mountain with my adorable face carved into it. That, my friends, is Monokuma Rock. Once you're there, please proceed to the underground by taking the elevator located at the secret entrance. I'll see you soon!
A mountain with a carving of Monokuma's face at the central island? These bad guys are really good at carving Monokuma's face on things. Oh. Why did you become a poo monster? Because I didn't clean the poo? Shitimi is now its name? I can't clean it. Man, I messed up really bad. You are what you eat.
kidding me?
What the heck is that mountain? When did that get here? Never mind that. How did they even make a mountain shaped like Monokuma?
No way.
That story might be true after all. There might be an enormous organization involved in all this. You mean what Byakuya said before, right?
You are right.
Byakuya, we still needed his knowledge. Yeah, I think Byakuya was targeted because he's the go-to. He's the one who could have got these guys through this sort of thing. I still can't believe he's dead. Byakuya. What happened to Gundam and Fuyuhiko? Now that you mention it, it appears they aren't here yet. They probably ran away.
No way!
Aw, hell nah. There's no way I'd let them escape, you know. Look, I dragged this one back over here.
Hey!
Hey now, if you keep acting violent, I might just eat you up. Hey Fuyuhiko, what were you doing all this time? Nothing. Wasn't really doing anything. I was just chilling in my room when I suddenly heard that fat bastard got killed. Who the fuck cares about that anyway? He was chilling in his room when he heard that fat bastard got killed. I don't think the announcement ever said his name.
Do you understand?
We've been doing our best to investigate this murder, even though we don't want to, just to survive.
Wait,
Hero, that's enough. You too, Fuyuhiko. Dumbass. And I guess we're waiting for Gundam?
What happened?
I'm right here.
Now then, let us begin.
A main character arrives when he intends to. Huh?
hey,
Seems you noticed it too. Oh, his earring. Oh, how did you get your earring?
Well now.
Okay. So we're just not gonna... well, that's gonna be revealed during the trial, and we're just gonna have to work around that. Alright, now that everyone's all together, let's take the secret entrance to the trial field.
What's this?
My, Monami, just what are you doing here? Nobody asked for you.
What?
Do you actually want to join in?
Masochistic mascot.
Do you want to taste how powerless you are at the class trial? You're an even bigger masochist than I thought.
Waiting service.
I'm a big brother who dotes on his little sister. I shall allow your special participation.
See ya later.
I'll go on ahead and wait for you guys, so hurry over.
Huh?
He told us to come, but how do we get there? Don't see any doors or vehicles.
What's going on?
He mentioned something about a secret entrance. Well, you'd know probably, right? She doesn't know at all. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Alright, let's see how everyone's doing.
Blah, 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 blah.
Not so good.
Well,
Underground.
so annoyed.
She's pumped. I don't give a flying fuck if that fat pig is dead. Who fucking cares? Wow.
Be happy!
He's got a voice line that's just him screaming,
This is
be
the
happy.
worst.
We gotta find the killer. If we don't, we're the ones who are gonna get killed. You were wondering about Gundam too, right? You too, huh?
Why?
This is definitely strange. Why is this happening? You doing okay? You look like you weren't feeling too well. Don't worry about it. I appreciate your concern. However, there are other things we should be focusing on.
damn it.
I don't want to go. Is there any way I can run away like this?
That is.
Huge organizations. My kingdom has been cast in doubt. However, I do not think my government would participate in something like this.
That's weird.
What happened? Are you scared? Such a wuss. Let's stop this bad joke, why don't we? Have dinner instead. This is our battle to avenge Byakuya, but I feel quite disheartened. Alright. Whoops. Roar. What the? Something's shaking. This is dangerous. Everyone, please get down. That was very violent. It had like 3 frames of animation.
No way.
Could it be? Is he telling us to enter it? What? Such a suspicious aura. Even Crimson Steel Elephant Maga Z is trembling with fear. I love how the names of these hamsters get highlighted every time. That's totally suspicious.
Hey!
Seriously, just forgive me already. Why don't we just stop here? I mean, none of this is real anyway. Like, not even remotely.
No way!
Stupid.
Complaining won't get us anywhere. If you're really a man, then man up, for God's sake. Come this far. We have no choice but to keep moving forward. You're right, there's nowhere for us to run. We need to do it. If that's everyone's decision, I'll just follow you guys. If this were a video game, it'd have a very high difficulty level. So let's do our best to clear the game. Shaking with fear and nervousness, I hesitantly lifted my feet and stepped onto the escalator. This is a lot less menacing than the elevator ride down to the trial room, I gotta say. I won't think anymore. If I think, I'll run away. You should probably think a little bit in terms of presenting evidence and investigation and such. I think you're gonna need to do some thinking. All I could do was stare upward intensely as the escalator carried me. And when each of us entered Monokuma Rock... Okay, here we go. It's an elevator. This entire rock is an elevator. Once again, Monokuma is doing what he pleases. If he's gone this far and made something like this, I don't think he's playing around. Even so, we're going pretty deep. You're right. I heard an unnerving chattering sound inside my head. I soon realized it was the sound of my teeth. All I could do was purse my lips tightly so everyone else couldn't hear it. There we were, listening to unpleasant roars as the elevator plunged deeper and deeper into the earth. And we're done. Dinner time is ready. Time passed before the elevator finally finished descending, and then the elevator door slowly opened.
Welcome!
This is the class trial field. How do you like it? It's a special place that will decide your fates. Now we gotta find out what trials look like in this game. What the hell is he thinking, locking us in a shitty looking place like this? You fucking crazy, don't mess with me, asshole. Complain all you like, I'm used to it by now. You're wasting your time and energy. Hurry up and take your seats where your names are written. It looks like everyone knows. Even if we try to resist, it won't change a thing. Just as Monokuma ordered, we walked toward the seats so that we had been assigned. From this point on, we need to we need to find out who killed Byakuya. The ultimate affluent progeny, Byakuya Togami. He was overly critical, arrogant, and condescending. But he also had a strong sense of responsibility. As we were panicking, he accepted his role as leader and tried his very best to keep us together. A guy like him got murdered. Oh. The person who did it is one of us. Cha 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 cha. I can't believe it. There's no way I can believe it. But if it's really true. Cha 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 cha. We need to find out by any means possible, because that's our only option. There's no way for us to survive unless we sacrifice the killer. And so, this life-threatening trial billowing with hope and despair has begun. Bam, 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 bam. Did I get a single one of these? There are so many. I didn't get any. Oh, I needed to go to Monami and like turn them in or whatever, huh? There's a change difficulty. That part's new. Time of death is around 11:30, right when those circuit breaker got tripped by the AC. Repeatedly stabbed over 10 times between the throat and abdominal region. No other external injuries, no chemicals or poison. Byakuya ate the skewers. Because they were dangerous and he needed to get rid of them. So he ate food, but didn't get sick. Body under the table is face down as if he were reaching for something. The knife under the table, maybe? Bloodstained knife was found under the table where the body was discovered. A glowing paint-like substance covers it. So someone prepared some glow-in-the-dark paint and duct taped this knife under here so that they could find it in the darkness. Pool of blood formed around the body underneath the table. A lot of blood was splattered against the inside of the tablecloth. Also, there was no sign that the body was dragged through the bloodstain. Where does the second tablecloth fit in with this? Floors of the dining hall were full of gaps. Kingdom dropped one of his earrings through it. AC timer. Night vision goggles, I assume worn by Byakuya. Forgot about this photo. Mikan tripped and fell. By the time the lights came back on, she ended up in a compromising position. Maybe the carpet is hiding a hole or something, and that's what she tripped on. I mean, her whole thing is that she's extremely clumsy. So obviously she could have tripped on absolutely nothing. I gotta feel like you're not supposed to just laugh at the position. I think you're supposed to notice evidence here. Case Byakuya had with him. There's a lot of security equipment inside and a hard plastic case as well. The key to the other Duralumin case is inside here too. Wow, she's got the whole... It's a blackout, I can't see anything, it's pitch black. Everyone calm down. Don't sit me. What the hell, what's going on here? And Nagito says, ow. Turn the damn lights on, I can't eat like this, you know? Then Teru comes in. Irons to activate the circuit breaker. This is weird. This is one of the things I don't get. I don't get this. I've got some theories for this. I don't know why this matters at all. The random guest is Nagito. Poured his heart and soul into cooking various dishes. Akane and Pekka were the only ones who ate them. Whoever did this needed intimate knowledge of the layout. They needed to know how to trip the breaker, they needed to know potentially how and where to put the knife. Apparently the fact that Ultimate Breeder Gundam has got his earring means that there is a way to get underneath the floor, so you need to know that, right? And the only person who knows everything about this place is Nagito. He's also the closest one to the body and the lamp where this cord matters for some reason. Auntie tried to come with me and sort of steer the investigation. This fire door is suspicious. Don't know what that's about. Except for maybe it being the way to get into the under the floor or whatever. The knife came from outside. Right, because I think it was planted on the scene beforehand. Why does this also mention the iron plate for barbecue and the portable stove for cooking hot pots? Maybe you need some kind of heat source to activate the fire doors? And that's why the portable stove matters? That's pretty out there. And Chiaki was standing outside. Fuyuhiko apparently came to the building and walked away. Were Akane and Peko the only one with the shits? Only Peko, I think. I don't think Akane was. The letter, I'm not quite sure how this fits into any overall plan. He headed straight to the office, didn't see anyone there, including Peko. I don't know why she didn't tell us if she felt sick that she went to the bathroom or wherever she did go, you know? Puncture wounds by the skewer. And the bathroom was locked during the important times. And then unlocked afterwards. There's a lot I understand and a couple things I don't. I'm a little bit low on water. Yeah, I think Akane was literally just eating the whole time. But yeah, I don't even remember her standing around during the investigation phase. I don't think we ran into her or talked to her or anything. I'm gonna get some water. It's gonna be like 1 minute. Hold on, then we'll get into this. Alright, it was 2 minutes. Because the cat blocked my way. And I mean, you gotta pet the cat. You can't just not pet the cat. Poor Shitami. The despair meter is pretty high on this thing too. I'm sure that didn't help. It probably went up when she turned into a shit monster. I need the plastic bottles to put around the cat. I feel pretty good about this, but... Oh look, we still got the gun over there. It is still truth bullets. So I guess guns are still gonna be the theme But I remember being really overwhelmed and nervous learning the mechanics last time. And then it was all for nothing. It was pretty easy and straightforward. So we'll see if the same thing's gonna happen here.
Let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial. During the class trial, you will present your arguments for who the killer is and vote for who done it. If you vote correctly, then only the blackened will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will earn the right to leave this island.
Such a cruel rule.
Before we begin, I'd like to confirm one thing. Is there really a killer among us?
Most definitely. There's no doubt that the blackened is lurking among you. Such a sad state of affairs, isn't it?
The title of the game is literally Bullet Rebuttal, so yeah, it would be hard to teach the gun theme. The title of the game is Goodbye Despair.
By the way, this class
Did they
trial
change
is
it
gonna be
at some point?
100% fair, so there's no need to worry. I'm the type who hates favoritism and prejudice. Well, not as much as I hate Monami, of course.
Why's he gotta throw in that dunk on her?
Really that much?
Now, let's begin.
Oh, Danganronpa is Bullet Rebuttal? I had no idea.
Telling us to begin, but what are we supposed to do?
Hey, Anise.
No complaining, let's just settle this with our fists.
Were you even listening to the rules?
I'm pretty sure the title is, what did I call it this time? Danganronpa.
Didn't that Byakuya bastard get killed in the dining hall, huh? Then everyone there is a fucking suspect.
Yeah, what you're really trying to say is that you're not the killer, right?
Do you think the portraits are gonna be like in this one, or is something else gonna happen?
You guys went off on your own and started killing each other. This has nothing to do with me.
Huh? What does that mean?
Anyway, why don't we try talking about the most pressing issue on our minds? Huh. The most pressing issue on our minds? Where we found the body. It's very strange to find a body underneath a table.
Isn't that really the most pressing issue?
Then, let's start with that mystery.
This is tricky because I think he walked over there wearing night vision goggles, and I don't know how we're gonna get from wherever we start to there. We can start with that. Wait, hold on, I didn't actually read that. The reason why Byakuya's body was discovered under the dining hall table. We can start with that, but ultimately we need to find out who murdered him. If we can't do that, no. Thinking about if is a waste of time. We have to do this, no matter what. So the class trial has finally started. From this point on, I, the helpful game narrator, will provide simple tutorials at every important moment. I'm sorry, but please excuse my ear-tainting rudeness. As things progress during each class trial, you will engage in a number of non-stop debates. These are back. These are good. During these discussions, all of your classmates will speak one after the other, without any breaks. It's up to you to reveal any lies or mistakes contained within their statements. This means you'll have to use your truth bullets to refute what they have to say. Out of all the truth bullets you find during the investigation, only the relevant ones will be loaded into the truth cylinder. Use the left stick to move the reticle, then fire with the triangle button, or the diamond button or whatever, which is Y. Pay close attention to each character's statements, and choose your truth bullets to blast the right ones. And if you run out of time, you'll automatically fail. If you press the start button, you can review the controls. Good luck and have fun. I picked the medium difficulty, yeah, kind. Starting us off with 3, huh?
Why was Byakuya's body in a place like that?
His body was underneath the table at the very back of the dining hall.
After the killer murdered Byakuya, they probably moved the body there.
Okay.
Huh?
No,
Why?
too slow.
Obviously by hiding the body.
Can I still speed it up? I can.
Delay its discovery. Like a dog burying a bone.
All right. An easy start. Clearly contradicts the information.
Why was Byakuya's in a place like...
His body
Can I still
was
slow down? I
under
can
the
still.
Table at the very back of the diner.
After the killer murdered, they probably moved the body.
They
No,
probably
that's
moved the... No. Counter. What is it? That's what the guy says in Guilty Gear Strive?
No, I don't think the killer moved
Counter. I love that. It's got such weight to it. This fucking music. Yes.
Huh? Why?
Try to remember what the body looked like when we
There's
found
no
it.
drag marks.
Though there was a lot of blood everywhere, there was no sign the killer actually dragged the body through it.
Also, he's like 300 pounds.
So that's why you think it's impossible that the killer moved the body.
Oh, and here I thought I had a genius idea.
Too bad you're so stupid and boring and unpopular.
What?
Your
Hold
life
on.
is meaningless.
Jesus, he's already dead. You gotta leave him alone.
I respond better to praise, you know.
But if the killer didn't move the body, why was it under the table?
Byakuya was probably killed under the table.
What? You think he was killed under the table?
That's what I just fucking
So Byakuya
said.
snuck under the table for reasons unknown, and that's when he was killed. Then, shortly thereafter, we found his body under the table.
That does make sense, but why did he go under the table?
Obviously, he was hiding so he could surprise us. That dude was always a big jokester.
Obviously.
The hell he was? You seriously couldn't tell what kind of person he was?
Maybe he panicked during the blackout and dove under the table.
It's a blackout, not an earthquake. Just because the power went out doesn't mean he'd dive under the table.
The reason why is probably connected to what Byakuya was doing during the party, don't you think?
The reason Byakuya dove under the table, if it's connected to what Byakuya was doing during the party, then it's probably the knife? The goggles? Or do you want to know what he was doing during the party with this? Oh, you can hit the button to look at it. I'm gonna go for this, I guess. To be like, here's why the party is happening. No.
Crap!
That did a lot less damage than it does in the other games.
I can prove it with this.
Okay.
It probably has something to do with the knife we found under the table.
Knife? Oh, you mean that thing that obviously screams, I am the murder weapon!
Byakuya probably noticed the knife was hidden there. So in order to get it, he moved under the table.
See, this is weird because we're already taking for granted that the knife was hidden here, right? Like, it's kind of obvious. It's pretty obvious, but we should at least establish that, like, this knife came from. I don't know. I feel like we skipped over something there.
To the presence of dangerous items, so I cannot deny that possibility. But how did he notice that there was a knife under the table?
If he knew beforehand, he probably would have done something about it before the blackout, right? Then, instead of knowing about it beforehand,
If he.
maybe he saw it right at that moment.
Maybe he sees the glow in the dark, and then he puts on the night vision goggles to go check it out.
Like, for example, he might have seen someone trying to take the knife out from under the table.
Or maybe the bad guy just had the goggles the whole time. But then how did they get the goggles in?
No, that's not possible.
What? You seem rather confident about that.
Because it was a
Of course.
blackout?
I have proof to back me up. This is almost like a real trial.
During the previous statement, there was only one weak spot, but from this point on, there will be various weak spots. No matter how many there are, there will be only one lie or contradiction. If you shoot a false one, you will... Not only will you fail to refute what was said, you'll lower your trust with everyone, and your influence gauge will take damage. If you reach a 0, you fail, so please be careful. Use logic, spot lies and mistakes. You can concentrate by holding RB. Doesn't consume the focus gauge. What doesn't consume the focus gauge? This does consume the focus. Okay. I was like, wait. If that doesn't, then what does? Wow, we already got 5.
I'm sure Byakuya ducked under the table during the blackout. That sounds correct.
If that's the case, during the blackout, Mr. Ham Hands must have seen the killer take the knife.
But it was super pitch black. It was so dark I couldn't see my food.
Byakuya couldn't see in the dark either.
No, that's wrong.
Got him.
No,
Boom.
Byakuya was probably the only one who was able to see in the dark.
Why do you say that?
He was using those night vision goggles we found under the table. He could have seen what was happening.
So, are you saying Byakuya was the one who used those night vision goggles?
Yeah, that seems to be the
On
case.
Mean, they give you like 8 options. Wow. I mean, I guess if you think about it, Ace Attorney always gives you every single piece of evidence as an option. All of the evidence, all of the character profiles.
Your reasoning is out of focus.
Oh. Oh, shit.
No, that's obviously wrong. It should be the other way around.
Other way around?
Seriously? The killer used those night vision goggles, not Byakuya.
This is cool. Were you surprised by Mihiro's sudden argument? Just between you and me, I was also surprised. Just kidding, I'm sorry. Now then, when this kind of argument surfaces, you will go into a one-on-one debate called Rebuttal Showdown. In this mode, you have to counter the other person's claim, draw out their weak spots, and argue against them. Please counter the other person's remarks with the left stick. Based on the shape of their remarks, it's important to know whether to cut vertically, sideways, or diagonally. And based on that, you can skew the debate's mood to your advantage. On the other hand, if you ignore the other person's remarks, it will skew toward their advantage. In the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, a number that shows the sharpness of your counter is displayed, the number of times you can cut remarks during one round of the debate. Are we gonna play Fruit Ninja with words? Is that what's... You will lose counts of sharpness even if you miss, so please be careful. When the mood skews to your advantage for a certain length of time, the other party's argument changes. This means the conversation will develop. If that happens, they will end up divulging some weak spots. You cannot normally cut remarks that contain weak spots. Instead, it will skew the mood toward the other party's advantage. Don't cut weak spots. Just like a regular debate, please refute any weak spots with the triangle button. Why do I keep saying triangle? It's a diamond. It's 2 triangles staped together. Of course, I just said staped instead of stapled or taped. Staped together. If you don't have the correct truth blade, you will not be able to cut an opponent's remark. Oh, what's a truth blade? Sorry, it appears there's been a delay in contacting you. I'll make sure the person in charge of contacting you takes a very long vacation. Truth bullets are now truth blades. That's about it. There won't be any other changes to your handbook menu. Only the name was changed, but don't you think a change in feeling is important? I mean, it's the second game after all. If you press the start button, you can review the controls. Well then, have good luck. How do you cut stuff? Did it even tell me how to cut stuff?
If you just...
Left stick is slash. A is overturn. I don't understand. I shoot weak spots with Y. But am I just cutting everything else all the time? But I have a limited number of cuts, so how do I know which ones to cut when?
The killer obviously used those night vision goggles. That's gotta be it.
I can't back down.
I'm mashing A. Success. Advance.
Where's your proof that the killer used them?
Because if they used night vision goggles, then they could have killed Byakuya even in the dark. I mean, in reality, that's what happened. So those goggles were planned in advance. The killer brought them to the crime scene.
Damn it!
Whoops.
If you just use common sense. The killer obviously used those night vision goggles. That's gotta be it.
Damn it!
If you just use common sense. The killer obviously used those night vision goggles. That's gotta be it.
Where's your proof that the killer used them?
Because if they used night vision goggles, then they could have killed Byakuya even in... I mean, in reality, that's what happened. So those goggles were planned in advance. The killer brought them to the crime scene.
Allow me to cut through those words! No, Byakuya was definitely the one who brought those night vision goggles.
Definitely? But why?
Inside the Duralumin...
I slashed with the knife because I wanted to say the knife was glow in the dark so the person without the goggles could see it, but they wanted to know how. They wanted to know where the goggles were.
We found a smaller case for storing the night vision goggles.
This case, is it just me, or does this case look way smaller than the night vision goggles?
Which means we can assume that the night vision goggles were kept inside that Duralumin case as well. Woohoo! I said assume! Ibuki never uses such clever language.
Dear sweet girl.
Plus,
I can't help but
Byakuya
notice
was
the
only
characters
one
are
who
still
could have
wigging
taken
out.
the night vision goggles out of the case.
We need a banana for scale. We need a reference pair. Miyaki was the only one who could have taken the night vision goggles out of the
Since he
case.
was carrying it around before the blackout in the first place.
I see. When you put it like that, it makes sense.
Then, was that knife inside the case too? If there were night vision goggles inside, it wouldn't be weird for a knife to be in there too.
It would be weird.
I am weird, aren't I? At times like this, I'd rather be fantasizing about tonight's main dish.
Ooh, you totally mean that in a perverted way.
The knife was brought into the Duralumin case along with the night vision goggles too. Not possible. The knife was hidden in the dining hall before the party even started. Duct tape.
I see! There was duct tape left under the table where the body was found.
I think this is more likely, but I don't think it means it's not possible that it wasn't in the Duralumin case.
Duct tape, they probably hid the knife by duct taping it to the underside of the table.
Oh, so that's why we found duct tape there.
Though Byakuya was thorough, even he couldn't have noticed a weapon taped to the underside of the table.
This may be off topic, but why was Byakuya acting so paranoid? Not only did he bring a self-defense kit, but he had night vision goggles inside the case too.
That's true. He went above and beyond being a little cautious.
Now that you mention it, that applies to the dangerous items he confiscated as well. It's one thing to be a little cautious, but performing a body check is a bit much.
He probably knew. Someone was planning to commit a murder.
Are you saying he predicted the murder? Could it be? Was he also in possession of the all-seeing eye?
You think so too, right, Hajime?
That's right. Byakuya probably knew there was a possibility that the murder would occur. And now we want this.
I can prove it with this. Everyone, can you please take a look at this?
Be careful. The first kill will happen tonight. Someone will definitely kill someone.
Hey, the hell is this?
Hajime and I found this in Byakuya's cottage. It looks like a threatening letter someone sent to him.
So, who's the someone?
Nobody besides Monokuma would write such a dumb, threatening letter like that.
Wasn't me!
Are you sure?
The only lies I tell are friendly lies!
I'm just now realizing what a good idea it is to have Monomi here to play off of Monokuma, right? There's so many times where he's just ranting, and none of the characters want anything to do with what he's doing, so they just have him go off on his own. But giving him someone to play off of just really brings out a lot of what he's got going on, I think.
Those are still lies!
It doesn't matter who wrote it yet. So, Byakuya became paranoid because of this threatening letter?
He probably decided to throw a party because of the letter. What do you mean? By gathering everyone in one place. He tried to create a situation where everyone could keep tabs on each other. In doing so, he tried to put the writer of the letter in a situation where they couldn't act.
Yep.
But the letter might have been just a little prank. As long as he was determined not to let any of us die, he couldn't take that risk.
We're firmly in the realm of stuff that we already knew.
Made him believe the letter was legitimate.
You should have told us you received a threatening letter.
If he had, we would have panicked. Byakuya probably knew that too.
So, he tried to do something about it without telling anyone?
I see. A strong sense of responsibility as our leader was his undoing.
Screw that noise! Who the hell wrote that letter?
Well, obviously, the killer.
Obviously, the killer. Is it really one of us? Who is it? Among Us. Who's the one who killed Byakuya?
Enough already! Show yourself, you coward!
If they were willing to come forward, they never would have committed a murder in the first place.
But I still can't believe it. Someone in this room killed Byakuya. There's no way I can believe that yet.
Pardon me. Can I say something, please?
What is it, Miss Sonia?
I regret that I must return to this topic, but I just realized something concerning the night vision goggles. If Byakuya was indeed wearing those goggles, how did the killer manage to navigate in the dark?
Okay.
You're right. They wouldn't have been able to see anything without the night vision goggles. But if the murderer had the goggles when they took the knife, then how did Byakuya see them?
Even if the knife bore some sort of mark, it would have been difficult to see it in that darkness.
No, the killer definitely used a mark, and because of this mark, the killer was able to get the knife from under the table into his hands.
I see! What if the glowing paint was the mark? With that, you'd be able to get the knife even in the dark. In actuality, the knife we found under the table and the duct tape stuck to the underside of the table were both marked with glowing paint, right?
Does that mean the killer painted them in advance?
But painting them with glowing paint? It's as if they knew the blackout was going to happen.
Yeah.
They had to have already
Weird.
known. That's why they used the glowing paint as a mark. Which means whoever set up the blackout is the killer.
That seals it. The killer is whoever was in the
No.
office with the circuit breaker.
Pivoting this
Which
way.
means it was you, Peko Pekoyama!
Second time this guy's stuck his neck out.
Peko killed poor Byakuya? Was this island not big enough for two glasses
He's
wearers?
about to get his head chopped off.
Oh, I guess she's not.
How can you believe her so easily?
But with Peko's height, I don't think she'd be able to reach the circuit breaker in the office.
I don't care about a technicality like that. Peko's the one who tripped the breaker and caused the blackout.
By tripping the breaker directly from the office, Peko was the one who caused the blackout. Is that really what happened? After this debate, the blue-colored weak spots will start appearing. If we call the weak spots we've seen up until now argue spots, the blue-colored weak spots will be called agree spots. See, this is interesting. Because there were times like the sprinklers that go off at 7:30, I wanted to, the text was 7:30 and I had the evidence sprinklers and I wanted to say, they're gonna go off at 7:30. I wanted to connect those two pieces of information, so I shot one at the other, but that's not what we're doing in that game. It's always contradictions, right? If I needed to shoot 10:30 because it couldn't be 10:30 because it had to be 7:30 because that's when the sprinklers go off. So this lets them do that. This lets you connect different kinds of information in different kinds of ways. When shooting agree spots with truth bullets, you need to flip your way of thinking. Instead of arguing that the other person contains lies or mistakes, please prove that the other person's testimony is correct. When your truth bullets merge with their weakness, it will become a logically sound agreement. Isn't it a little hot in here? From now on, you must infer whether it's best to argue or agree based on what's being debated. From now on, it says. If you press the start button, you can review the controls. I need to confirm the controls. I forgot what it said. You don't need to press a button or whatever, just if it's a blue one, you're agreeing. Okay.
Since Peko was in the office...
Hold on. These are people's names and I need to... Alright. He says the bathroom was in use. He didn't see anyone there, including Peko. Nobody went outside. I think is probably... Wait, there's 4 accounts here. Which ones do I have? Teru, Chiaki, and Nekomaru. I don't have Kazuichi's. I don't know why this is gonna matter. Can't use the stove. Fuyuhiko came and walked away. And then this bathroom, which I think is where Peko was. Maybe.
That's impossible.
Huh? Why is it impossible?
Because I was not in the office. Not even before the blackout.
What happened to your guard duty?
I think I shoot that with this.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, you weren't in the office? That's clearly a desperate excuse.
Just from listening, it's not weird to doubt her, but I feel like I spoke to someone during the investigation who totally backs up her testimony.
Since Peko was in the office, she could have caused the...
That's impossible.
Huh? Why is it?
Because I was not in the office, not even before the blackout.
I agree with that.
Consent!
No, I think Peko is telling the truth.
Don't tell me you're crushing on Peko.
It's nothing like that at all. Nekomaru's account is actually Peko's alibi.
I've been trying to use it many times, but the door just won't open at all.
It's true. Someone was occupying the bathroom for a long time shortly after the party started, and it was finally freed up after Byakuya's body was discovered.
Then the person who was in the bathroom that whole time was actually...
Everyone else besides Peko was in the dining hall after the party started, right?
I see. So there's no way anybody else could have locked themselves in the bathroom except Peko.
I guess that would be true.
She just doesn't want to admit it.
You locked yourself in the commode? You should have said so earlier.
The commode.
There's no way she'd actually say that. Gosh, you're so insensitive.
Okay, but a murder happened though. We seriously suspected you of murder.
If she locked herself in the bathroom for that long, there's no doubt. Shit.
It's funny every time.
Oh, there's no way way she'd admit it. There's no way she'd admit she was taking a shit.
Hey, weren't you guys taught any basic manners? Or were you raised in a locker room?
Mihiro's sticking up for her fellow girl.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. How about we stop talking about this and move on to something else?
Don't worry. The smell wasn't that strong. I used the bathroom right after you, so you can trust me.
And he's trying to be supportive. And we should recognize that.
I said it's fine.
But still, you were in the bathroom for a really long time. Did you get food poisoning or something?
As soon as I stepped into the office, I felt this sudden rush of pain in my stomach.
That's a prescient comment from this little girl.
Because of that, I was unable to leave the bathroom, including when the blackout...
This is the first time she's ever used that toilet, right? Can you imagine being in a strange, faraway place and a strange bathroom you've never used before, shitting your guts out, and then the lights go off? They go off so hard that it's pitch black and you can't see a goddamn thing. Where's the toilet paper? Where's the tap? Where's the handle to flush? Nightmare. I'd rather be killed with a skewer.
Hey, how did it feel to do your business in the dark? Did you get excited?
No!
Seriously.
It would fucking suck.
But still, your stomach pain. Was that...
Hey, what's the deal? Don't butt into other people's business, especially if you didn't
I didn't
do
mean to
any
cut him off.
investigating.
I'm sorry.
I'm only butting in because you fucking idiots are out of your element.
Stop this childish nonsense. Just what do you mean by coincidence?
What I mean is it possible someone slipped her some laxatives?
Laxatives?
If so, the killer could have tripped the breaker as soon as that girl left the office, don't you think?
I see. That might have happened.
The question is whether Pecco's stomachache was a coincidence or if someone intentionally caused it. Depending on the answer, the outcome of this trial could change drastically. Where are we going with this? Embarrassing pose and party dishes look like important evidence here. So I want to review those two. Akane and Pecco were the only ones who ate them. That's an important fact. Akane seemed fine, though. What was the other thing I said? Embarrassing pose? I mean, the food is in this photo, but I think that's about it. It's important information. It's important. I'm investigating. Don't stop. Don't look at me. Akane is the swimmer who eats all the food. Right? Alright, I think it's probably party dishes.
I don't remember eating anything weird.
Now that you mention it... You brought food to the office, right?
Just a little bit from the dining hall.
There might have been some laxatives in it, don't you think?
Taro cooked the food. How suspicious!
I wouldn't do anything like that. Laxatives would ruin the taste.
Ruin the taste. Whether her stomachache was a coincidence or if someone intentionally caused it, we need to clarify that first. This doesn't have the... everything that just happened. I can't review the text in the log now. I have to actually spend time...
Did you eat anything weird?
I don't remember eating anything weird.
Now that you mention it...
You brought food to the office, right?
Just a little bit from the dining hall.
There might have been some laxatives in it, don't you think?
I think I just shoot laxatives.
I wouldn't do anything like that. Laxatives would ruin the taste.
It seems like it really wants me to shoot ruin the taste, but I don't. Doesn't really make sense. I think I just need to shoot laxatives.
Did you eat anything?
I don't remember eating it. Now that you brought food to the office,
Just a little bit from the dining hall.
There might have been some laxatives in it, don't you think?
Whoops, that's the wrong button. Okay.
No, that's wrong.
No.
Don't get
impossible
baited.
That laxatives were slipped into the food in the dining hall. Because Pekka wasn't the only one who ate that food. Akane ate some of it too.
If the food had laxatives in it, I'm pretty sure Akane would have had stomach issues as well.
I feel totally fine.
Like I said, the dishes are innocent. Don't go making weird accusations.
I apologize for causing a scene.
Fuyuhiko should apologize, not you. He's the one who made the laxative accusation.
What the fuck did you say, bitch?
Cease this bickering.
Ooh.
let's just dismiss Pecco's stomachache as a coincidence and go back to discussing the blackout.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. We already know that, you trashy skank. You don't have to tell us.
This fucking brat.
Trashy skank?
As long as the murder happened during the blackout, then the blackout itself is what's actually important. I'm surprised that we're just gonna be like, it's a coincidence, and just move on. Like, I thought the whole point is that nothing is a coincidence, and we need to prove why this A led to B led to C led to D, right? Like, we don't just have like, and E happened, I guess. But I guess that's what's going on here. As long as the murder happened during the blackout, then the blackout itself is what's actually important. So we need to make it clear how that blackout occurred. Tara was talking about the...
Who tripped the breaker and how did they do it? If you can't answer that, I'm gonna bop you on the head.
Did they throw a stone and hit it?
Maybe they used a remote control?
They probably messed with the breaker.
It does not have to be the breaker. They may have tampered with the power supply and transmitters. Or maybe they caused a power surge?
That's it.
I agree with that.
I'm surprised 5 things went by.
Just as Mahiru said.
I was getting nervous.
The blackout was caused by a power surge. Of course, that's not a coincidence. Someone caused it intentionally.
Which is why those 3 irons were arranged to cause the blackout.
When you found them right after the blackout, the irons were still on, right?
So by leaving those irons on in the storage room, they deliberately caused a power surge.
Yeah. It seems that's how the killer caused the blackout.
Stupid fool!
Oh.
Hold on a second, let me speak too!
What the heck?
You say the irons in the storage room were used to trigger the blackout? That's inexcusable!
Oh. I think we need the AC timer.
If the irons in the storage room caused the blackout, then for the killer to turn the irons on, you're saying they went all the way to the storage? Then that means everyone who, when the blackout occurred, can't be a suspect.
No, just because people were in the dining hall doesn't mean they're not a suspect.
But the people in the dining hall weren't able to cause... If the irons caused the blackout, then the killer had to go to the storage room before that and turn on the iron. Now do you intend to take back what you said? But the people in the dining hall weren't able to... If the irons caused the blackout...
Allow me to cut through those words.
This doesn't seem all that different from non-stop debates. I don't know. You just play the one mini game where you do some cuts, and then you just do the same contradiction pointing out thing. I don't know. I mean, the whole game's about pointing out contradictions, so whatever. It's fine.
The direct trigger was when the air conditioners in the dining hall and office clicked on.
The air conditioners!
The timers for both air conditioners were set to 11:30 p.m.
11:30 p.m. Mr. Ham died around that time too.
Not Mr. Ham Hands. It is
When
better
the
than
timers
spelling words.
activated the air conditioners,
Well,
the breaker was tripped and caused a blackout.
having to come up with a word that represents a new idea that isn't necessarily represented in your list of evidence, you know, introducing a foreign concept is a good idea. Doing it by spelling out the words is a little...
I see. I understand. Indubitably.
Oh wow, this guy busted out an indubitably.
Indubitably?
Even the princess can't believe it.
Probably checked the old building's energy usage in advance and used the irons to nearly max it out. So once they set the air conditioner's timers, they just had to wait until they started up on their own.
If so, even if Pekka was in the office, it still would have been possible to
It's
cause
weird
a
that he's
blackout.
pointing out
Indubitably.
all of that. Like, if he was the killer, I don't think he would have laid it out. Someone who was on the premises with a bunch of time alone would have had the perfect opportunity to scout out how much power was required to trip the breaker.
Indubitably? Miss Sonia, not you too.
She's into it.
Regarding the energy usage, they probably asked Monokuma.
Yeah, this is what Lone Magi was getting at, that it's actually unfortunate for the killer that she got a stomachache and left, because it provided an alibi. Otherwise, she would have been very suspicious.
Dun dun dun.
Is she right? Such a hateful bear. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths.
That's a pretty hateful thing to say.
1,000, you say? If I died that many times, I might really stay dead, you know?
Shut up! You guys just stay quiet!
I couldn't have prevented the blackout even if I was in the office. But even so, I feel regret. If I was in the office, I could have reset the breaker in time. And maybe the murder wouldn't have occurred.
No, the breaker in the office was built into a high area of the wall that's impossible to reach. Resetting the breaker in that darkness would have been impossible, no matter what.
Sounds like you don't need to blame yourself.
Even so, the killer is so sly. I'm starting to worry we may never actually find them.
It's alright. You don't have to worry.
Oh?
Because they're just a petty killer, right? They can't defeat symbols of hope like you guys.
This is a really weird thing to be saying, especially because his whole thing was that no one did the murder.
There's no way everybody will lose now. This little incident will just be a stepping stone for you all. In the end, hope always wins. That's what I believe.
Nagito? What happened to you?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, you have been saying this whole time that there's no way a killer could be among us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that so? Well, let's just put that minor detail aside for now and talk about the incident. For now, we found out how the blackout occurred.
We're really just gonna pivot away from that, huh? Okay.
Right? Anybody could have hid and set the timers for the air conditioners. Setting up the irons in the storage room could have been done before Byakuya set foot in the old building. What a shame. Any one of us is capable of that.
What are you implying?
He's just saying, after all this time, we still haven't made any progress.
Huh? Even though we have been arguing for so long?
Fortunately, it's the truth. Despite the fact that we've discussed this at length, there's not even one clue that leads to the killing.
Not even
that
one.
Might be because there's no way any of us could be a killer.
You're changing your story again?
It's like, dude, you're giving away the game.
Anyway, I have an idea about what we all should do at this point. Has anyone thought about our situation like this? Instead of surviving by doubting others, Isn't it better to get killed for believing in others?
Doesn't that mean... Are you saying we should all just give up and die?
Nagito, there's definitely something wrong with you.
You guys only think there's something wrong with me because there's something wrong with you.
He's going off the rails here.
Suspecting each other like this. There's no way that's healthy behavior. Let's stop this already. We don't have to find out who the killer is. I can't stand this anymore. I don't want to do this to my friends.
I don't want to do this either.
I don't get what's going on with him. It's weird.
Me too. Please, take me home already. I want to go home and eat candy.
We got another drooler, among other things.
Stop it. If everyone acts like this, I'm gonna...
Everyone calm down.
We're all friends, aren't we? There's no way one friend would murder another.
Then why did Byakuya die?
Who cares? Let's just give up already. There are no clues that lead to the killer anyway. Not a single one.
That's wrong.
Oh, shit.
I think...
Did you say something?
Yeah, I'm starting to see what Exuno's saying. There are some pretty good keyframes here.
We've already found a clue that might point to who the killer is.
There's tons of evidence we haven't even talked about yet.
You know who the killer is? The killer? I don't know. But we do have a clue about a suspicious person. I think.
Oh, yeah? Have we found our Kyoko?
Care to tell me what's
First of all,
Whoops, I skipped it.
let's
Sorry.
start thinking about how the killer was able to obtain the knife during the blackout.
Didn't we already cover that? They used glowing paint as a mark.
Yeah, but they couldn't have just brought it in during the party.
Before that,
Before? Is she asking how the killer got close to that table? Even if they had to obtain the knife by relying on the glow from the paint, in order to do that, they needed to get close to that table while it was still dark.
Let's try examining the situation.
Is this where we need to point out he's the closest one?
the diagram of where everyone was standing before the blackout, right?
I know Ace Attorney does a thing where it shows a picture and you pinpoint somewhere on the picture. I wonder if we're gonna borrow that. Just as I thought, this diagram is the clue. Who the killer is and how they were able to move to the table in the dark. I mean, it could have been me, I guess. Or maybe even Akane. How the killer was able to move to the table in the dark. Something to help them move in the dark. The cord. This is why the cord is important. The cord leads him from the wall where he's standing to the table where the lamp is.
Here.
Boom.
The killer must have used the desk lamp to move to that table in the dark.
The desk lamp? I hope you don't mean they turned on a light or something.
There was a blackout. There's no way the killer could have used the desk lamp.
Of course, there's no way they used the desk lamp's light. The killer actually used the power cord.
With this. They didn't turn the desk lamp on. They used its power cord.
Power cord?
They could have felt their way to that table using the power cord, right? By doing that, the killer was able to move to the table and use the glowing paint.
We got the idiot here. Yeah, the ahoge.
And there's only one
I never really
person
put it
here.
together that Hina in the last game actually just has the most massive ahoge anyone's ever seen. The world's biggest Genki girl idiot. The only person here who could have possibly done it. Boing. I think he's like across from me, right? There he is. Framed by this picture in an ominous way. Oh, a lot of people are. Well, I was calling it from pretty much the beginning. I feel pretty good about it.
Nagito, it was you, wasn't it?
Me?
Judging from everyone's positions before the blackout, the only person near the power cord was you.
Which means the only one who could have felt their way to the table using the power cord was Nagito!
That's just a coincidence.
The lamp in the corridor on the drawing, yeah, but like none of the food, the air conditioning, the like all kinds of other things about the room. The chandelier.
He had a chance, right? A chance to hide the knife under the table?
This is the big one. When he was cleaning.
I see.
Is when he had the chance.
Nagito, weren't you cleaning the dining hall all morning? If so, you would have had a chance to hide the knife. That's... If you factor in the power cord and the time you spent cleaning, you're the only one who could have done it.
Seriously? That's all just a coincidence.
He's got no explanation for any of it.
Coincidence, it'd be fine. But when it's one right after another...
Chiaki just quietly tearing this dude apart, and I can't help but notice between the really lightly colored hair and the high collar, she's got Kyoko energy, you know?
I wonder...
In her appearance, anyway.
Like that even possible?
Everything else about her is pretty different, other than the side that she's fucking just shooting bullets all over these people. Just blasting truth out there. Good night, Stums. I don't think there's too much more left.
Now that you mention it, Nagito did prepare the drawing to pick who cleaned the dining hall.
Uh-huh. I already prepared a drawing because I assumed something like this would happen, which was a very weird thing to do. To go to the trouble of preparing this, just what did you think would happen? Murder. Whoever draws the chopstick with the red mark will be in charge of cleaning. Does that sound fair?
You rigged the drawing, didn't you? That's how you got picked to clean the dining hall, isn't it?
I don't know if you're the killer or not, but regardless, it proves that you're suspicious, right?
If that's the case, that strange speech you made earlier, that was part of your plan too.
You got us to lower our guard and tried to hide the fact that you did it, didn't you, you motherfucker?
Well, just admit it already!
Nagito, tell me you object to this. Frankly, I don't want to believe it either. We investigated together. You were so kind.
Aww.
I can't believe you're the one who killed Byakuya. Nagito, say something!
Are we getting down to it? Uh-huh.
The Ultimates are working together to combat the despair of their friend's death!
Fuyuhiko is the one using all the gamer words.
How wonderful! How beautiful it is!
Huh?
Those eyes. At that moment, Nagito's eyes. The darkness in his eyes shone brightly, as if layers upon layers of darkness were folding into each other. As if hope and despair had been crudely mixed together.
Let's cut to the chase. You're correct. It was my doing all along. I'm the one who hid the knife under the table before the party started. I'm the one who used the power cord to find my way to the table in the dark. And of course, I'm the one who caused the blackout. After all, there's no way I'd knowingly whip out a knife in front of everyone, right?
Is it just me, or does he seem a little nuts right now?
Mm-hmm.
But I never expected Byakuya to have night vision goggles. Because of that, we had ourselves a little scuffle under the table. And, well, you all saw how that played out.
But he died by a skewer.
But with a twist ending like this, I think we can all agree this ended up being a very interesting mystery. Byakuya performed admirably.
Just stop it already! Seriously! What the hell happened to you?
He died by the skewer. There's like a whole... There's something else here.
Don't tell me. Is this your true nature? Were you lying to us this entire time?
Me? Lie? That's outrageous. There's no way someone like me could ever lie to you guys. I understand better than anyone else that I'm ultimately worthless. I'm too arrogant to have dreams or cling to hope. I'm too disdainful to actually try at anything. I've made peace with the fact that I'm a lowly, stupid, insignificant human who can't do anything right.
Holy crap! He's totally the type of guy who spent his childhood killing neighborhood pets!
Jesus.
He seems like the sort of person whose eyes light up while watching Friday the 13th. Just like me.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry, just like me? Is that what he's definitely the sort of person who would kill people just like me.
That's quite the hobby you have there. But, like, now's not really the time to bring it up.
This guy, is he the real Nagito? Whoa. What does that mean?
Hey Nagito, if you were behind all of this, then did you also send that threatening letter?
Yep, I sure did. There's nobody else on this island whose handwriting is that painful to look at, right?
But why would you send a threatening letter in the first place?
I think somewhere deep in my heart, I was probably hoping to find someone who would stop my evil deeds.
I don't buy this.
Well, I bet if that really was my reason, at least some of you would feel sorry for me.
Are you making fun of us?
By threatening Byakuya, Nagito was likely able to manipulate his actions.
Then how about that old-looking building near the hotel? Well, if it's just cleaning, leave it to me. I'm actually pretty good at it.
In doing so, Nagito was able to manipulate everyone to the scene where the murder would occur. Am I wrong?
That reminds me. Nagito was the one who suggested I guard the office.
Not only is the storage room packed with lots of stuff, it's hard to see in there. I was so busy cleaning the dining hall that I didn't even have time to clean the storage room. If you stayed in there for a long time, I think it'd be bad for your health. Why don't you guard the case in the office?
Oh, I get it. If Peko was guarding the storage room, Nagito wouldn't have been able to use the irons.
The threatening letter, along with all your suggestions, was all a trap to manipulate us.
Yep, that's true too. But you're wrong about one thing.
Huh?
I didn't need to rig the drawing for cleaning duty, you know?
The ultimate lucky
If that's
student.
true, then how did you conveniently get picked for cleaning duty?
I see. Well, there's no way I'd expect you to remember it. A worthless talent for a worthless human.
I see! You're the ultimate lucky student.
It's weird that they put unlucky in there too.
That's right. I just trusted my luck. I trusted I'd be picked for cleaning duty.
You just relied on your luck?
It's not just luck. It's true my talent sucks. But I'm
Ultimate
still
baby
the
face.
ultimate lucky student, you know?
I'm left with the red mark? For someone called the ultimate lucky student, you don't seem very lucky right now.
At the time, Hajime said I wasn't lucky. But it was actually the opposite. I was lucky. That's why I got picked for cleaning duty. Just like I wanted.
Enough. I don't care about that anymore. More importantly, why did you kill Byakuya? Answer me!
Byakuya was a very capable leader. For someone like him to get killed, the despair it brings.
Oh, the despair it brings.
It's only fitting that you those symbols of hope should use his death as a stepping stone to shine even brighter. That was my only motivation.
You're not making any sense!
Mm-hmm.
Fine, let's start the damn vote already. I'm ready to fucking kill this psycho.
I think we gotta be like, hold on.
Please, Monokuma! Please, wait!
Right, she's gonna come in with the autopsy.
The fuck?
How should I put this? Is Nagito really the killer?
What are you saying? He's already confessed, hasn't he?
I already know that, but there's just something a little strange.
If it's only a little, then keep your mouth shut. Your ugly face is stressing me out. It makes me want to puke.
This fucking kid.
For now, might I suggest we listen to what she has to say?
But we know who the killer is.
Simply listening is acceptable.
Why did he say it like that? Acceptable.
However, I won't allow this to end with mere play. Now then, let us lift the curtain for our bloody spectacle.
From this point on, lines of white noise will appear to disrupt your reactions. Truth bullets would disappear if they touch these, so think of them as obstacles. Please time your truth bullets just right so they won't get interrupted. So I can't shoot the white noise, I have to dodge them. Not gonna fall into despair, and even though it's meaningless, allow me to say one more thing. In this debate, you won't be able to shoot down the white noise. That will be explained later. Oh. Autopsy results, I think.
I think it's strange that
The killer is so obviously Nagito!
He has already confessed.
you know,
That bastard Nagito is the one who did it. He killed Byakuya with the knife he hit. No, that's wrong.
That knife might not be the murder weapon. That's what you wanted to say, right, Mikon?
What the hell are you talking about?
It's obvious the knife was the murder weapon.
So the guy who wasn't even at the scene and like only has a pencil drawing from the top down to know what the fuck was going on.
based on the entry clues on Byakuya's body, the actual weapon should be roughly 5 millimeters in diameter.
5 millimeters in diameter? That's like way skinnier than a knife.
Hey, that better be true. If you screwed up, I'll sell your fucking ass to a whorehouse.
Jesus.
Not a whorehouse! Hey, why are you threatening her?
Is this what you're trying to say, Mikon? As long as we can't prove that the knife is the murder weapon, we can't assume that I'm the killer.
What are you saying? No one else can be the killer. It has to be you.
Hey, don't blame me. Mikon's the one who said it.
Sorry. Hey, Nagito,
Yep.
are you still hiding something?
Gamer Girl's the Kyoko of this game so far.
Like, during the blackout, did something happen between you and Byakuya that we don't know about?
During the blackout?
Who knows?
After all this, what else do you intend to hide?
Jeez, the moment your back's against the wall, you get all silent. You piss me off.
What happened during the blackout?
Ugh! If you cross your eyes like this, it gives you double vision.
Don't get distracted. Our lives are at stake, you know?
Huh? Whose life is at stake?
Seriously, how long is it gonna take for you to understand the damn rules?
Nobody can see in the dark, no matter how hard you think about it. The truth is beyond your sight. Don't you think that's a pretty clever metaphor? Despite the fact that it came from me?
No.
Oh, that's not it.
Not it. What's not it?
The truth is beyond our sight? No, that can't be it. There should be some way to find out what happened in the dark. Gaps in the floorboard? This seems like the way to know what happened during the dark. Her account with everyone's dialogue. I'm gonna go for it.
I can prove it with this. Even if we couldn't see what happened in the dark, I'm pretty sure someone could have heard it. Isn't that right, Ibuki?
Oh, reals?
Don't act so
You were the one who
surprised.
told me, remember? How everyone was shouting during the blackout?
Everyone, calm down. We gotta stay calm in a situation like this.
Maybe Nagito says ow because he gets poked by the skewer during the mad skewing under the table that's going on.
Ah! Don't step on my feet!
What the hell? What's going on here? This is...
Ow!
Turn the damn lights on! I can't eat like this, you know!
You guys? Where are you? Wasn't the blackout just in the kitchen?
Perhaps the breaker overloaded?
Hold on a sec. I'll go along the wall and do something about it.
Such perceptive hearing. Impressive. I'd expect no less from the ultimate musician.
It's a good thing your ears are awesome because your face, style, figure, and personality totally suck.
You've got me deep with your knife of truth!
Wow, the ultimate drooler. Look at that.
However, after hearing what Byakuya and Nagito said in the dark,
What the hell? What's going on here? This is...
Ow!
it almost sounds like Byakuya fought back against Nagito or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's actually what happened. As a sign of respect for Ibuki's talent, I have a small confession to make. I was actually shoved out from under the table by Byakuya.
He shoved you out?
Just as the blackout occurred, I hurried to duck under the table and grab the knife. But Byakuya, wearing his night vision goggles, caught me and shoved me right out from under the table. That's right. I'm so incompetent that I couldn't even grab the knife.
So Byakuya stopped him when he was trying to get the knife. I like how she hears all these things, but she doesn't hear the enormous man move across the room, or a guy get shoved from under the table, or anyone hitting the table. Still don't know how that other bloodstained tablecloth got in the hamper, too. Sorry. So Byakuya stopped him when he was trying to get the knife, and he got shoved out from under the table before he could even grab it. He's just repeating it. Well, it sounds plausible. I mean, just from listening to what they both said at the time.
What the hell? What's going on here? This is...
Ow!
I could interpret it like that. No, actually, now that I think about it, that sounds like exactly what happened.
After getting shoved out from under the table, I was just as confused as you guys. I lost sight of the glowing paint. I didn't even know where the power cord was. Before I realized it, the lights had come back on, and Byakuya's body was lying under the table.
Hold on! Are you saying you're not the killer?
From the very beginning, the idea to throw a party, hiding the knife, setting up the blackout, it was all going according to plan. But unfortunately, my plan failed. And all thanks to Byakuya's night vision goggles. What happened after that? Even I don't know.
You failed? Then you're not the one who killed Byakuya?
Then who did? Like...
And we're right back to square one!
Huh.
How can that be? we spent all this time talking back and forth?
What other word is brimming with so much despair?
I love the Shawshank Redemption, but I don't remember the line about the situation being convenient. Oh, you mean like how Andy gets framed?
You need to have hope.
Or not framed,
Do
but
your best and move forward.
he goes down for it when he didn't do it.
Rising to the challenge again and again is why you guys are the symbols of hope.
Man, I didn't think Trial 1 would have a guy who tried to do a murder but didn't actually get to do it and then tried to get everyone to vote for him during the trial as like the ultimate misdirection. Is he really not the killer? Is this guy really the Nagito I knew before? No, there's no way I can say that. I just thought I knew him. But this whole time I didn't know anything about the guy. I didn't know his true character. It's as simple as that. The lawyer says a bunch of circumstantial evidence that says, "Isn't that convenient?" And Andy says something like, "Considering the circumstances, I find it rather inconvenient." Now's not the time for me to dwell on that. We need to find Byakuya's killer by any means possible, because if we don't, we will die here. Suspended? Huh?
Well now.
The class trial has reached its climax, but... Okay, here's a question for you. What's this? To those of you who figure out who it is, how about you try out the Guess the Killer challenge? Whoever fails to guess the right killer will have their save data melt away like butter. But if you guess right, I'll reward you with $10 billion. Of course, for those of you who don't know who the killer is, you can just continue on.
Now then, what are you gonna do?
What? What? I have no fucking clue. I think whoever they were under the house with the skewer, stabbing him through the floorboards. I think they were probably the one who actually sent the note. I don't think there's any... Chiaki said there's no way to get underneath the house from the outside. But this guy managed to do it somehow. And I can't imagine what it was, and whatever it was might help figure out who really did it, and unless it was just him straight up. I love that the game is calling me out on this, though. There is so much about these trials. It sets up all this stuff for you to know, like, hey, the skewer stabbed him, and like Nagito was next to the thing, and like the blackout was caused by this, right? You think you understand a lot of things about it, but there are some things you don't understand. And you figure it out during the trial. You're meant to figure it out during the trial. And the game is like totally just calling you out, like, yeah, you knew most of it, but you don't know everything. You don't know who actually did it. But the fact that it's asking me is making me think maybe there's a way to tell. It's like hard mode, and I'm intrigued. But also, maybe I have to admit I'm completely defeated. Whatever detail I need to latch onto. Well, what's the worst that happens, right? What?
And of course,
Just kidding, you can't make a choice. There's no way you'd be able to guess who the killer is. Great. I was worried it was gonna be this.
You're so evil. I'm Monami, and my heart is throbbing like crazy right now. The group's leader, Byakuya, got killed, and his killer is among this group of students? No, I'm not gonna believe it. I'll never believe it, 'cause I believe in everyone. So do your best, and don't forget to save regularly.
Regularly.
Well, what now?
What the hell was all that? I'm blown away. This game is wild. I love that so much of this game is the same as the first one, but they found so many ways to subvert your expectations.
If the knife isn't the murder weapon, there's no definitive proof that I'm the killer.
Shut up! We'll be the judge of that.
You say you were shoved away, but you can't actually prove it, right?
That's right. Even if a different weapon was used, it does not mean Nagito has been cleared of suspicion.
But there's another reason why I don't think Nagito is the killer.
Oh. He didn't get any blood on him?
There's still more?
Based on what we've discussed, Byakuya was killed under the table, right?
Is there something wrong with that?
Well, even if that's true, I feel
Yeah.
Nagito looks, clean.
Nobody's ever complimented me on my appearance before. Not even my own mother.
I'm not talking about your looks.
There's no blood on him.
I see! Are you trying to say something like, why didn't Nagito have any bloodstains on him?
Yes, that's it.
This is the second time I've had to just straight up speak for
Under
her.
the table, there was a lot of blood splattered everywhere, right?
A lot of blood, like kind of a ridiculous amount of blood.
There were even bloodstains on the inside of the tablecloth.
If he stabbed Byakuya to death, it's strange he did not get splattered with an appropriate amount of blood.
I didn't get any blood on me? That is weird.
You just used something to block the blood, didn't you?
Something that might have been used to block the blood splatter.
Okay, well, the tablecloth factors in here.
I guess we did see something I could have used. Isn't that right, Hajime?
It's weird that he's guiding me towards the evidence that is gonna incriminate him.
I can prove it with this! You're talking about the bloodstained tablecloth we found in the storage.
Too shy to express her thoughts is a better Ludo narrative than Kyoko just wants you to explain.
If there are bloodstains on it, that settles it. Nagito used the tablecloth to block the blood splatter.
Then how did it get into the office?
But that was found in the storage room, right? Are you suggesting he hid it there after the murder?
A thing I've been thinking constantly throughout this whole thing is that, like, how long did the blackout really last, and how much could various people really do during it, right? Could someone leave the dining hall, go all the way to the storage room and put something away, and then go over and lock or unlock the bathroom as necessary, or go and get into a secret passage and get under the house, and like, how much time did they have, and how much can they do during that time?
After the lights came back on? What would he have done if we'd seen him?
That's true. The tablecloth was pretty big, so even if you tried to hide it and take it with you,
Wearing a tablecloth, going under the table, hitting a knife in a blackout, and stabbing someone. That's not just impossible for someone like me. Wouldn't it also be impossible for you guys too?
then what does it mean?
Maybe the killer didn't necessarily stab Byakuya under the table.
Ooh.
No, there's no mistake that the murder occurred under that table.
Even the inside of the tablecloth is bloody. So there's no denying Byakuya was killed there.
I mean, you couldn't like flip the tablecloth around, right? Because then it would be scattered all around the outside. That doesn't really make sense.
But that doesn't mean where Byakuya got stabbed and where the killer did the stabbing are the
Oh,
same.
she's getting at the floorboards.
understand
I get
at
it.
all.
Case where Byakuya got stabbed and where the killer stabbed did different. Uh-huh.
It sounds like a riddle. I feel like I'm onto something, but it's still not clear what that is.
Under the table, but not under the table. If it's somehow possible, it's the only way that makes sense. Moving forward, we should put aside all unnecessary preconceptions and just choose the answer. I think.
In scenes where you have to figure out important words, the improved Hangman's Gambit will occur. The goal is to line up the right letters in order so it reveals a keyword related to the incident in question. Improved Hangman's Gambit is like a little puzzle game. They knew so hard. They kept the word improved in here the second time. Like, that's just the name of the... It's the full name of it. Various letters will be flying across the screen in all directions. There are 2 rules you must remember. If 2 different letters clash, you'll take damage. If 2 of the same letters clash, they will fuse. Oh, Jesus. They doubled down on it. I think I'm gonna need to spell skewer, right? Must make 2 of the same letters clash while you try not to let 2 different letters... Wait. So I don't care about which letter? I just care about always same ones together? That is what's most important. Catch and release. You move the reticle with the left stick and press the A button. Snatch the letter like a vacuum. That's what it means. You can only catch 1 at a time. Press the A button while you have a letter caught. Shoot it where your cursor is aiming. That's how you release. With catch and release, you can change the position of the letters and hit letters into each other. Make sure you hit the same letters so you can fuse them. The fused letters will freeze and get bigger. By pressing the A button, you can blow it up and erase it from the field. This is called firing the letters. Catch and release with the A button, and after you fuse them, fire with the A. Why do I want to erase it from the field? Do I want to leave all the good ones and blow up the bad ones? If you just erase letters, you won't be able to clear the game. Completing the keyword. Display the question with the B button and figure out what keyword will answer that question. Instead of pressing the A button to fire the letter, please press the diamond button. When lining up the keyword. If that happens at the same time the letter blows up, it will be sent to the keyword list. Jesus. Okay, so it's AA on... It's AA... A. on bad letters and AY on good letters? Why is it saying diamond? I don't know, it's fucked up. Hey, Booby. Ibums. I got mixed up with one of the characters in the game. Ibuki. Ibums just became... Ibums and Ibuki fused in my brain and went Ibumi. If a scent letter is correct, it will fit into the keyword list. If not, the influence gauge will take damage. You must write the keyword in order based on the flying letters. Please think about the completed word. If you leave a fused letter alone for a while, it would blow up on its own. It will still damage you. It took so long to explain it, but do you understand now? The place Byakuya got stabbed and the same place where the killer did the stabbing aren't the same. Using those words as a clue, I should put aside my preconceptions and try to think about it. Something is coming to me. Just a little bit more. I have a feeling I can see something. Under the floor. So, A, Y. Y? A, then Y? Got it. I fucked up. Oh, that's the wrong button. What do I... Oh, I can just put it down. Okay. Where's my fucking R? This is worse. This is so much worse. I can't believe I was defending this. No, don't you dare. I mean, the letters have to be random, otherwise you'll just guess as soon as a letter appears on screen that it must be the next letter you need or whatever, right? Like... I guess you can keep letters that you need in the near future, but then they might blow up and here it is. I could have kept that E, for example. I put the wrong button again. Give me an E. What just happened over there? That was my E. Did like another letter spawn behind it? Oh my god. What did I just do? I thought I wanted... Oh, not table, floor. Right. I guess I just want to, like, get that off the screen. Horrendous.
Got it! The killer must have stabbed stab Byakuya from under the floorboards.
The thing that I liked about Hangman's Gambit is that it lets you introduce a new idea, right? The thing that it's not like the part where you had to play a weird, unrelated thing to introduce that idea was the bad part. And the part that they improved was the bad part and made it more bad.
Under the floorboards?
The floorboards in the old building are full of gaps, and there was no carpet laid out under the table. If they stuck the weapon through one of the gaps, they could have stabbed Byakuya to death.
If so, that means the killer was able to get under the floorboards. Where? How?
This I only have weird guesses at, like she tripped on a hole in the floor.
I don't know that yet, but I have a feeling there's someone here who does know.
Yeah, I do know this much. One person here should know how to get under the floorboards. And it's this guy, Gundam Tanaka.
You're the only one! Hey, Gundam, you dropped your earring in the dining hall, right?
Are you referring to the Hellhound earring?
About that earring.
I said, are you referring to the Hellhound earring?
About that Hellhound earring. You dropped it beneath the floorboards, right?
There it is. I found it. Truly, that is the Hellhound earring. Seems God exists for my benefit. How do I recover it? I cannot fit my arm through this opening. Were I to use a tool, it would probably not reach even.
Just a bit longer and I would have reduced everything, including that old building, to ashes. However, it's just as the old legend said. The Hellhound earring has returned to its owner, to me!
Is it safe to say that that earring is the one hanging from your right ear? Huh? Could it be? Gundam wasn't wearing an earring during the investigation. And if he had it on by the time the class trial began, then that means Gundam was able to retrieve his earring from beneath the floorboards during the investigation.
So, Gundam knows how to get under the floorboards.
It's understandable. After all, you fools only view the world through eyes of glass.
He's definitely the most fun character.
But I am different. With the power of my 4 dark devas of destruction, it is of no concern.
Oh.
True, this is the evil 4th eye.
Wait, he had the hamster do it? That's not gonna help us.
Before the might of the evil 4th eye, all visual chaos is rendered asunder.
What should I do? I'm embarrassed just listening to
There you
him.
go. Here's your reaction to his Mega Chuni outburst that you were looking for.
Man up and speak more clearly!
Fine, I shall tell you all. The answer was in the storage room.
There's
One of my
just
4
a hatch.
Dark devas of destruction, Mirage Golden Hawk, Jumpy, has seen beyond the chaos.
The chef is starting to become more suspicious, right? He was in the kitchen alone. No, but you hear his voice. Oh shit, does he speak through the floorboards? That'd be wild. He would be one of the people who had access to the skewers. Which I could have thought about when I was guessing who would have actually done it. Alright, it's kind of hurting my eyes with these action lines, sorry.
The underground lurks beneath a large assortment of random boxes. After securing a lighter from the supermarket, I threw caution to the wind and ventured below the floorboards.
The light, okay. The portable stove is the light source.
And as a result of that lonesome battle, I was able to recover the Hellhound earring with my own 2 hands. Tremble with fear, fools! Behold my power!
There he goes blabbing about power and crap. You're ridiculous.
You're just a breeder, you know.
That's literally what he is. It's not some kind of insult or.
Anyway,
He...
it sounds like you can go under the floorboards from the storage room.
Then that has to be how the killer did it. If the space beneath the floor is empty, it's not that far to move from the storage room to the dining hall.
I see. If they pass through
That is
the
a detail that I didn't
I
notice.
understand why the tablecloth was put there.
The killer lurked under the floorboards during the party, and from there, stab, stab, stab!
Are you sure?
Hmm.
You don't like stab, stab, stab? Should it sound more fleshy? Like...
I'm not talking about your sound effects. You're saying they snuck under the floorboards, but that means they would have had to leave the party, right? So, was there anyone who was able to do that?
Then whoever wasn't at the party is the killer. They must be the one who was waiting under the floorboards.
What? You mean does he mean leave the dining hall?
Who wasn't at the party again? I didn't participate, but I was guarding the entrance, remember? Monomi over there can be my witness.
Yes, this Monomi over here is your witness.
This Monomi over
I
here.
believe there's no need to discuss this matter further, but I was unable to leave the bathroom.
I was in the kitchen for a long time, but I frequently went to the dining hall to deliver my dishes.
Okay, but sometimes you weren't in the dining hall.
The only person who wasn't at the party... Judging from the photo I took before the blackout,
5.
it obviously
11.
has to be him.
12 in the bathroom. 13 outside. 14 in the kitchen. So they're talking about Fuyuhiko? But he did not get inside?
Yay! It's decided!
What the fuck are you saying? I'm not the killer!
Oh, really? What happened to the tough guy who was saying stuff like,
I can do it.
I mean, this is weird, because Chiaki just straight up contradicts
Don't
this.
mess with me! I'll fucking kill you!
see? You're making threats again.
Yep, that's right. Things are starting to get exciting.
Good news, you're now allowed to use the silencer. With the A button. Now you can shoot down the white noise. Okay. Oh, but the difficulty is set to gentle, they won't appear. If you still feel like doing a little bang bang, you can use it to your heart's content. Bang 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 bang. Chiaki's account. This is more like a test of memorizing the characters' names than anything.
During the party, the killer was lurking under the floor like a cockroach.
What?
We could have stared at panties all day. Without going to the storage room in the dark.
Is that true, Fuyuhiko?
Don't act like I'm the fucking killer!
But when the party started, nobody saw you, you know?
Wait for it.
That means you have no alibi.
No, that's wrong!
No, Fuyuhiko definitely has an alibi. Isn't that right, Chiaki?
Oh, you're right.
Oh, you're right. She's so on top of things sometimes, and then just, I don't know. What are you doing here, all alone in a place like this? Standing guard? How diligent.
I saw Fuyuhiko after the party started. There's no way he could have been waiting under the floor before then.
You should have said that earlier, dumbass.
It's still your fault. Like, why were you even lurking around the old building in the first place?
Shut up!
Maybe there really is a secret passage to go under the floorboards from outside, and he came to spy.
What'd you say, motherfucker?
Oh no!
Wow, he got chewed out, but he looks super happy.
Regardless, it's impossible to go under the floorboards from outside.
When we catch the
Shaggy and
real
I
killer,
already confirmed that.
we still gotta live with the guy whose name I definitely remember. Nagisa. Nagito.
And someone definitely went under the floorboards through the storage room during the party.
During the party. It was probably during the blackout.
Well, if someone disappeared during the blackout, no one would have noticed.
But walking down that dark hallway to the storage room is like trying to make Eggs Benedict without any eggs.
You're right. I couldn't even see the office in that darkness. And that
Very
room was
suspicious.
much
Every
closer.
everything that this chef says, Teru is. I grow more and more
Is it
suspicious.
really impossible? It might be better if we examine that possibility a little bit more.
It was super dark, you know? There's no way you'd be able to find your way to the storage room.
But I can't stop thinking about it. I feel like there's something I overlooked. For clarity's sake, once again.
We're getting close to the final stage. The blackened or the spotless? Which is superior? I think it's time to settle this.
Kitchen equipment list? As the... portable stove.
Moving to the storage room like that. It's like making a seafood bowl without fish.
Oh wow, it's really picky about shooting the words.
What if they used a string like the cord?
Maybe there was another pair of night vision goggles?
What a pain. I'm gonna go with my gut. What if they used a light?
I agree with that. I know. The killer had a light with him.
Oh, I was right? But where could they have found a light?
There was one nearby for sure. See? It's written on the kitchen's equipment list.
Forgave Hina. I don't know. He's acting super weird and creepy. She just kind of went back to normal. A portable stove for cooking hot pots.
It's the portable stove.
Portable stove?
The portable stove isn't powered by electricity, and it's also small enough to carry around. So, the killer used the portable stove to move from the hallway to the storage room during the blackout.
I see. I never considered the portable stove. But there's a hole in your argument.
Portable stoves are just like a little... It's just a little metal thing, and then there's like a hot pan on top. Like there's no fire, or... I mean, it could be a gas one, I guess, but...
A hole? What kind of hole?
Yeah, he would...
If you could explain it to
It
me.
would be very good for him.
Oh, I wasn't making a perverted joke or anything. It's really not a perverted joke. I'm serious.
Repeating yourself just makes it even more suspicious.
Now then,
Yeah, it depends if it's electrical or gas. Oh.
no, that's wrong. Will you be able to break through
No,
my
that's
argument?
wrong. Isn't that what Makoto says? Sounds like he's enjoying a game or something. There's no way I'm gonna lose against someone like him.
Did you forget what Kazuichi said earlier? He said the hall was too dark to see the office. The light from the stove that you mentioned. It contradicts his testimony. Or are you intentionally doubting his testimony?
I can't back down!
I don't doubt what Kazuichi said. What are you trying to say? The reason Kazuichi couldn't see the office was because the hallway was dark. So if a light was shining in such a dark hallway, wouldn't Kazuichi have seen it?
The fire door.
After all, he was walking near the hallway, right?
Okay.
The reason Kazuichi couldn't see the office was because the hallway was dark. So if a light was shining in such a dark hallway, wouldn't Kazuichi, after all, he was walking near the
God
hallway,
damn it.
right? Did you forget what Kazuichi
I'm really bad at
said
aiming
earlier?
these.
He said the hall was too dark to see the office. The light from the stove that you mentioned. It contradicts his testimony. Or are you intentionally doubting his testimony? I don't doubt what Kazuichi said. What are you trying to say? The reason Kazuichi couldn't see the office was because the hallway was dark, right? So if a light was shining in such a dark hallway, wouldn't Kazuichi have seen it?
Allow me to cut through those words! Nagito, did you forget? Or are you just pretending you forgot?
Huh? What are you talking about?
There should have been a wall that blocked light. I'm talking about the fire door in the hallway. If you close it, it would form a perfect wall in the hallway. Plus, the hallway rounds a corner just beyond the fire door. So even if there was a small gap in the door, as long as they passed the corner, the light still wouldn't peek out.
I see. To actually notice the fire door. Just as expected of the ultimate...
Oh.
Oh. You still
He
don't
knows who I
remember the
am.
talent, do you?
Who cares about that right now?
Or, well, maybe he does.
Nagito, what are you plotting? For someone who insists he's not the killer, you are quite nosy.
You sound so scary. If you're that angry, why don't you take a deep breath?
You sure like to piss us off. How about I shut your fucking mouth for you?
Hey! It's okay if you guys fight, but I won't allow a burly brawl that might offend people. More importantly, can you hurry up and decide who's the blackened already? Time runs out when I get bored.
Fine, I get it. You're telling me to pass the torch, right?
Pass the torch.
Pass the torch?
We're going to ask the real killer, not an imposter like me, to show themselves.
You're obviously the killer, right?
If you think I am, I really don't mind. Whatever conclusion you ultimates arrive at, I will accept it, no matter what it is.
You're telling me to call out the real killer. But even though I really don't want to condemn that person, but there's no other way, right? The person who used the hallway's fire door as cover and used the portable stove to move in the dark and snuck under the floorboards to stab Byakuya to death using the glowing paint as a mark. So the only killer I can think of is you, and only you. Teru Hanamura.
You're the only one! Teru. Could it be you?
What? What are you talking about?
Teru's the killer? Is that true?
What are you talking about? There's no way! Of course, that's simply my assumption. So if you have an objection, please speak freely. Objection or not, why am I being treated like the killer? Because the portable stove used in the murder came from the kitchen. That's it? That's the only reason you're treating me like a killer? Isn't that a little drastic? You're cruel. Cruel. Too cruel.
I'm glad that this guy goes first. Like, think about that. I mean, we lost Byakuya, and that sucks. But We did get rid of this guy immediately.
That attitude is so not left.
We did kind of lose Nagito though, right? He's gone to the dark side or whatever the fuck this is.
For the ultimate cook to get so upset.
This bad guy parading around like he's the one who knows what's really going on, and I just don't buy it. Like the the voice actor isn't selling it.
Call me chef. If you fall to aspersions like this, who will be there to support the future of the culinary arts?
The future of the culinary arts?
The dancer? You mean the gymnast?
That's right. For the future of the culinary arts, you must face this and fight it fair and square.
You're right. Yeah, that's totally right.
So, what's an aspersion anyway? Is it yummy?
Oh, the kid. Right. Forgot what her whole thing is. Oh yeah, I looked it up. Yosakoi. I think that's the kind of dancer she is.
Did you know asbestos is yummy too? You should try some later.
I don't know how I remembered Yosakoi, but forgot that she exists and what her name is and what everyone else's name is.
Nagito,
Memories
why
are
you
weird.
Interfering? Let's assume that the killer used a light, and that they used the fire door to mask that light, and that they moved to the storage room and snuck under the floorboards. Then what?
Do they really think coming up with the missing skewer is like the tricky part here?
It's dark under the floorboards too, so how would they be able to stab Byakuya?
And it already told me they used the glow-in-the-dark knife.
You're not gonna say they shined the light on Byakuya, right? The plan would have been ruined if he noticed.
That's right. What do you think about that?
There's no way you can answer, right? You personally haven't investigated what's beneath the floorboards.
If that's the case, then Gundam should know. He actually went under the floorboards.
No. Unfortunately, there was nothing related to the incident under the floorboards.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the nurse either.
The only thing I found was a strange liquid shining in the darkness, near where Byakuya's blood was dripping.
There was absolutely nothing under the floorboards, except for a strange liquid shining in the darkness. Well, that's pretty fucking weird.
What? A shining liquid in the dark?
That sounds super important!
If there was a shining mark like that, they would have been able to move to it in the dark, right?
And in doing so, it might have been possible for them to use that mark to target the victim.
Victim was targeted by a mark. What was the mark? Does it want the knife or the duct tape? Oh, the duct tape isn't actually evidence. I'm gonna go for the knife.
I can prove it with this. The mark you're talking about is the glowing paint that was...
I want to look at something. Where's the log again? System? I think he just gives this away. I wouldn't have necessarily thought of this. I feel like it's not in the log. I feel like the main character, Hajime, he says something about the glowing knife when talking about how it could have been Teru Teru.
They were able to judge where to stab even in the dark.
It was further back, you think? Oh wait, I got the log now all of a sudden. Yeah, oh, I was just above it. Snuck under the floorboards to stab Byakuya to death using the glowing paint as a mark. Whoops.
I see. The killer didn't target an actual person. They just struck the moment the glowing paint moved.
That would be the moment someone grabbed a hold of the knife.
So, the killer used the mark that I prepared for finding the knife as a mark for stabbing. I see. That's why Byakuya got killed when he took the knife.
I wonder if, well, no, I wonder if it was like an accident, like he got scared and stabbed at this weird thing, but like, what was he doing under the floorboards? Why was he sneaking around with the light?
If they were able to do that, wouldn't that mean the killer knew about Nagito's plan all along?
Well, Teru!
Seriously, I don't know anything.
Yeah, I've been wondering, like, if
anything at all.
If one person was working with another in some capacity ever since it became clear that it wasn't Nagito on his own.
Then can I ask everyone a question instead?
You again? Just stop already!
Now. We should give everyone a fair opportunity to speak.
If Teru is the killer, that would mean he went to the storage room during the blackout. And just what did Ibuki hear during the blackout?
His voice does come up pretty soon.
What the hell?
After Nagito says ow.
This is...
Ow!
Turn the damn lights on! I can't eat like this, you know!
You guys? Where are you? Wasn't the blackout just in the kitchen?
I think this is him under the floorboards.
She heard Teru's voice in the dining hall?
Doesn't that prove Teru was in the dining hall during the blackout?
That's right! That's exactly it!
But Teru was in the kitchen the moment the blackout occurred, right? So, why was he in the dining hall?
I thought the blackout was only in the kitchen, so I panicked and ran out of there.
And I had no problem navigating these halls in the darkness, despite all of us assuming that that has been impossible the entire trial.
Of course, the hallway was dark too, but somehow I managed to move along the wall toward everyone's voices.
Well, it's not that far to move along the wall from the kitchen to the dining hall.
Why couldn't you move along the wall anywhere you wanted to go?
That sounds fishy.
If I remember correctly, you can tell when a person is lying by licking their sweat.
Where do you get this shit?
Oh, if you want, you should try licking me.
Ugh.
No way! You look greasy.
But I heard Teru's voice in the dining hall! Ibuki swears on her honor!
That's right. Teru was in the dining hall, not the storage room. Which means...
No, that's not it. Why? Why do you want to keep falsely accusing me? It's not like I want to blame you. I just...
You should be so proud of yourself, Hajime. You're just progressing toward the hope you believe in. Now, Hajime, show me more of your hope. Will that be enough to crush Teru's hope?
They're framing this like Nagito is the ultimate despair and I'm the ultimate hope. I guess we need gaps in floorboard.
Let me ask you again. Did you go to the storage room during the blackout?
There's no way I went to the storage room. I was somewhere totally different.
I definitely heard Teru's voice. It's handsome, unlike his face.
Maybe it was recording or something?
Nope, definitely a live voice.
Right, as long as I have her testimony. The fact that I was in the dining hall cannot be disputed.
I think I shoot that with gaps in the floorboard.
Let me ask you again.
Wait.
Did you go to the storage room during the blackout?
There's no way I went to the storage room. I was somewhere totally different.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for that.
Definitely her. It's handsome. Maybe it was recorded. Nope, definitely a...
Right. As long as I have it, the fact that I was in the dining hall cannot be disputed. I'll shoot through that contradiction.
I'll shoot through that contradiction.
Just because we heard Teruteru's voice in the dining hall doesn't mean he was literally in the dining hall. Huh? Why? Remember the floor in the dining hall? It was full of gaps, right? So even if you shouted from under the floor, it should have sounded just like the voices in the dining hall.
I don't think that's true.
But
I see. So he brazenly shouted from under the floor to make us think he was in the dining hall.
Is that true, Teru?
hold on a second.
Can you explain this, Teru?
I told you to wait a second, ain't I?
Are we gonna get into whatever replaces the rhythm minigame?
What are y'all even saying anymore? I'm telling you, I was in that there dining hall during the blackout.
Oh my god.
Where are you from again?
I was born in West Asabu and raised in South Aoyama.
Hey, you guys! This guy's a major liar!
If Teru was in the dining hall during the blackout, he should have been there after the power returned, right?
Well, I believe so. There's no way he could have gone back and forth in that dark hallway.
Huh? Was Teru actually there during that time?
I sure was. I was there the whole damn time.
Something like this shouldn't be decided by gut instinct.
Don't we have photos of
People's lives
everyone?
are at stake.
Damn right. You guys should have been deciding this on the spot with your hazy memories.
I can't handle it.
His accent is getting even worse. He's definitely lying.
However, I am not sure. I believe that he was there, and I believe that he was not there.
What are we even talking about?
Is there any way we can decide?
Why don't we consult his memories?
What? His memories?
Sarah, don't be saying things like that. Don't make no sense. Can you even prove I wasn't in the dining hall?
What are they going for, like a Cajun accent? I can't even tell.
Probably can.
I'm sorry, what? We're proving he was in the dining hall? Wasn't in the dining hall. I can prove he wasn't in the dining hall. Still don't know why that's in there. We haven't settled how this works yet. Like he had to have covered himself with this or something. That's my only guess. Whether or not Teru was in the dining hall during the blackout, in order to know for sure, I just need to throw that question at him. That phrasing, that question at him. Why do I feel like him being a pervert and this perverted pose is something? During the blackout, Mikan tripped and fell. We haven't used this at all yet, right? I think it might actually be this. I don't quite know exactly why. question we want to throw at him? I'm gonna go for it.
I can prove it with this.
Wow.
If you're claiming that you were in the dining hall when the power came back, then you should know how Mikan was positioned at the time. Right?
Oh.
Whoa, what?
Wait, I'm sorry. The question we're trying to answer is whether or not he was in the dining hall when the lights came back on. And when everyone could see that he wasn't there. None of us remember that he wasn't there for sure. That's what's going on. All 10 of us in the room or whatever. We're like, I don't know, maybe he was, maybe he wasn't.
Don't make me remember. It's so
This whole thing is dumb, but okay.
No, this is a very important question.
It almost seems like this is just an excuse to mess with to have this pose on screen again.
If you were really in the dining hall at that time, you should know the answer to that.
Huh?
It was a pretty clever way of tricking.
Spread
You
eagle.
forget about it so easily.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I showed you something so unsightly. How about it? You can't answer, Teru?
That's weird. Just slipped from my mind.
There's no way it would slip from your mind, especially not a pervert like you.
Even so. Nagito, say something!
Implying they're in cahoots.
I guess you might have to give up now.
Give up? What do you mean, give up?
Teru. I'm disappointed too, you know. It's lonely watching someone I admire reach the limits of their hope. It kind of feels like a broken dream.
Nagito, what are you doing? Why are you messing with the killer like that?
Hold on a sec. Don't go moving this along on your own like I really am the killer.
Huh? But it's already decided, right?
The murder weapon hasn't been cleared up yet, Chef?
No use.
We still gotta the skewer.
anymore.
All right, the final thing can be the skewer, I guess. Now I'm curious what Tifa said. There's a lot of comments I don't respond to because I don't know, my brain's elsewhere. But I feel like I've done a pretty okay job at least reading them. But I guess I missed whatever you said.
The murder weapon hasn't been cleared up yet.
You understand him?
But it's such a sad defense. This is too cruel.
I'm picturing it's gonna go into the final minigame, and then this is like the final kablow. But except I don't have... Maybe the kitchen equipment is missing the skewer, and that's the evidence I can use.
Come on, Monomi! Enough with the whimpering and translate!
He said, if you're calling me the killer, then where's the weapon?
Weapon, huh? It's not the knife, right?
Judging from Byakuya's wounds, it was a thin-edged tool that's roughly 5 millimeters in diameter.
Also, if they stabbed from under the floorboards, the weapon would need to be at least 50 centimeters in length.
They're really hammering this
After
home.
all this, who cares about the weapon?
Not good enough! Not good enough at all!
He said, not good enough. Not good enough at all.
Fine, I got it. Let's try thinking about what the weapon was.
Wanna do it? Wanna do it?
He said, try to do it.
What a confusing accent.
It's not, I can understand. It's really obvious. Maybe in Japanese it was harder. A thin-edged tool with a diameter of about 50 millimeter and at least 50 centimeter in length. A weapon that meets the requirements might have been used at the crime scene. We have to play the fucking word game again. Oh my god. Meat skewer? I would have thought skewer would be good enough, but okay. Can I hit B to speed it up? Oh my god, what a game changer. I'm gonna go for meat skewer. Yeah, I already did one of these. If these meet each other on their own, is that okay? Yeah. Is it meat skewer? Just fucking tell me. I don't wanna... I don't wanna waste time. It's something skewer. Iron? I was just thinking iron. Shit. It means... Are these M's or W's? Or they, it doesn't change orientation. Combo. Fuck. That's an M, right?
Must be the iron skewer.
Being able to fast forward there
Before the party,
is makes it better, but it's still not good.
He spoke to Teru.
Check the equipment list, and there seems to be one iron skewer missing. That's been missing from the start.
So that missing iron skewer is the weapon?
I'm really surprised. This trial, there was some clever stuff in this case that I didn't cotton onto. The fact that they're building up the missing skewer as the big dramatic finale is really weird, because it's like the very first thing you notice.
Skewer would match up with the wounds perfectly.
Hey, Teru, where'd you hide the iron skewer?
Avril Lavigne!
Avril Lavigne? What? Fucking what?
Avril Lavigne?
Huh? Did he really just say that?
He's just saying random shit to fuck with us. You probably dumped it somewhere on the island, didn't you?
What just happened?
This school trip has a no littering rule. If he had violated it, the island sirens would be ringing non-stop.
Oh.
Island sirens?
Yeah,
Just for
I had that
littering?
thought at some point about littering, like during the first... When I first looked at the regulations, I was like, this is gonna make crime scene cleanup difficult.
Also, I was on guard duty, and I know
Avril Lavigne. What the... Oh, what were the localizers faced with that they turned to Avril Lavigne to bail them out of that tricky situation they had to translate?
Which means
I can't even
he
imagine.
obviously hid it somewhere in the old building.
It's probably the kitchen again, right?
The bloody cloth?
Teru, just man up and be straight with us.
Oh! Whoa!
Finally, we are nearing the end. A cornered opponent will be surrounded by soul shields and simply will not listen to what you have to say. It will probably pain you to condemn your classmate, but this is a class trial after all. You must argue against your opponent and destroy their soul shields. A high-speed dispute battle where you beat down a panicked opponent's excuses and nonsense. That's the bullet time. Sorry, the panic talk action. PTA. Panic talk action. During PTA, you must destroy all of your opponent's soul shields so you can deliver your final strike. Destroy your opponent's remarks while following the tempo of the song you say. Time your button presses with the tempo marker as it moves across the screen. Match the tempo by pressing the B button. What? Okay. Lock on. If you keep pressing it, lock on to multiple remarks. Release the B button. I thought I was pressing the button, not holding it. What does it mean? There's no... A press has a down and an up. How do I press it multiple times without releasing it and destroying it? What the fuck is it talking? Why is it so bad? Fuck. How do they fuck this up? They know they fucked it up because the tutorial is like, no. Sorry, it was bad last time. We did it. We know. We fixed it. And it has the same fucking problems. You can't do half a B press. By destroying remarks, you will be able to damage the soul shields. If you cannot destroy their remark within the time limit, you will end up getting hurt. Just focus on pressing the B button. Do this consecutively and you'll start a combo. Tempo up. If the music ducks out when the tempo speeds up, I'm gonna lose my mind. You destroy all of your opponent's soul shields, they will start to give their final argument. 4 words will be displayed on the top, bottom, left, and right sides of the screen. Each of these 4 words corresponds to the face buttons. If you press the buttons in the right order, you will be able to compose the words of your final strike. I want to be ready for this. The whole thing is like where he hid the skewer, right? I think the implication is the skewer can come through here, but it can't sit and hide in here. Could be behind the fire door, could be in the tablecloth. Please make your argument while searching for the words that will trump your opponent's final argument. Also, if you don't deliver your final strike within the time limit, the opponent's soul shields will recover. Great. Good luck and have fun. I know what he said.
We have no choice but to somehow find out for ourselves.
If the iron skewer is the weapon, then hiding it in the kitchen would be the easiest way to slip it by. But Byakuya and I checked the kitchen pretty thoroughly before the party started. Which means was the weapon was already hidden somewhere we couldn't find it. Could it have been an unexpected place? What, in the giant meat bone? Or, like, what are we... I feel like there's... My best guess?
I'm not hiding anything! He said, I'm hiding anything! I'm not hiding anything!
I must reveal to Teruteru the conclusive evidence that proves he's the killer.
Shut up! That's impossible!
I'm pressing the B button. It's not the B button.
Nonsense! Unforgivable!
I thought it was weird that it said B button.
I don't know! Paris Hilton!
Did he just say Paris Hilton?
Shut up!
This is a fever dream.
That's impossible! Nonsense! Unforgivable! I don't know! Paris Hilton!
Am I doing it? Am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong?
Unforgivable! Where would the weapon be?
On the meat bow. Meat on the bone? Is that
Where would the weapon be? This is the end.
There was something going on with pressing and releasing the button. Am I supposed to release the button at another beat or something? I don't know. How disappointing. There's so much this game does right, and then... Oh, whatever. Let's just move on. We got him.
What are you saying? There's no way I'd hide anything. In a place like that?
That's clearly impossible. I mean, that's inside the food.
Impossible. That's what Byakuya and I thought. That's why we overlooked it.
You just spammed super mode. Yeah, maybe that's how I'll approach it.
But in fact, the only place you could hide the weapon was inside the food that couldn't be inspected. Out of all the dishes you prepared, the only one that can hide a weapon as long as an iron skewer is the meat on the bone.
What now?
I'm using my right to remain silent.
There's no way that exists here. We need to confirm this now!
So if we eat that tasty-looking piece of meat and find the iron skewer inside, bullseye!
All right. Monokuma or Monami, one of you hurry and bring over that piece of meat.
1 minute. Just give me 1 minute. I'll eat the whole thing!
It does have a giant iron skewer in it, so you want to just be careful.
Wait, hold on a second.
Don't hurt yourself.
Time out.
What are you doing? Hurry up and bring it over!
About that.
Huh? Where did Monokuma go?
I'm right here. I'm already eating it.
A bear that eats meat! Wait, now that I think about it, that's pretty normal.
What is this? So yummy!
Damn it! That's my meat!
I like that the words nom bounce around to the beat.
I've never eaten anything like it in my entire
Nom,
life.
nom, nom,
The taste
nom,
brings me
nom,
back to my
nom, nom.
days in the wild.
This is bad. Seriously, this is really bad.
My. There's something inside the meat. Look what came out.
Isn't that... Is that an iron skewer?
Why is everyone surprised?
The handle looks like it's made of bone. Pretty clever.
The sword of destruction, encased in bone and sheathed in meat, which brought catastrophe unto Byakuya.
As expected of Teru Teru. Such a fantastic weapon from the ultimate chef.
You're wrong. I'm not the killer. I'm not the kind of person who would kill someone. I got it. You all set me up. You guys set me up so you could blame this on me.
Bikuya, yeah.
Jeez, what a disappointment. Such an unseemly defense for an ultimate like you. Can you really call that hope?
Hey, Nagito. I'm sorry, but can we just be quiet?
He said, you're all nothing but you.
You don't need to translate anymore. Somehow I can tell what he's trying to say.
Let's just deal with Nagito later. More importantly, we should
I guess
first...
we need to settle this. Once and for all. To do that, we need to go over the entire incident from beginning to end and make everything clear.
I was wondering if they were gonna ditch this. Go over the entire incident, and then I can prove Teru Teru's crime. That's right, if we don't do that, we can't end this no matter how much time passes.
So, we need to do it.
It's finally come to this. My throb is chesting. Every case has one last feature to bring the class trial to an end. This is the closing argument. In this phase, you'll give a complete summary of the case. You'll have to reproduce the order of events in the case in the form of a comic book. This reproduction is merely Hajime's imagination, so there will be gaps here and there. Gaps are areas where a number of pieces are missing. It's up to you to complete the comic using the truth panels provided. Around 3 to 5 truth panels make up one set. Inside that one set, there will be correct panels placed among incorrect panels. If you use up all of the correct panels contained in one set, it will switch to a new set. After that, if you fill in all the holes, you will clear the challenge. I'm pretty sure some of you already noticed, but it will be difficult to complete with so many gaps, but once you fill some in, it will become much simpler. For those of you who played the previous game, you might hesitate at first, but it's basically the same concept. Now then, when playing and solving the closing argument, there is a certain trick. If you move the reticle onto the gaps on each page, it will display hints at the top of the screen, which is the thing that it also did in the first game and that I completely forgot about. This type of hint will ask what kind of scene is drawn in that gap. Also, if you move the reticle onto a truth panel, it will display a hint as well. The hint explains the scene contained in that panel. Put together these two hints and think carefully. Don't forget that there will be a time limit. Move the reticle onto the gaps, move the reticle onto the truth panel. Good luck, have fun. Yeah, it's got the same music. Oh, but the style is different. It's all pixel art. Him trying to get into the bathroom. Everyone at the party is... I think they want the iron. Why is it so much harder all of a sudden? The blackout hasn't happened yet, so we don't want keeps eating during the blackout. I don't get it. Why is it so much less clear when they focused it like this? It kind of seems like they want... Oh, I'm not stuck on this page. I'm stuck with these tiles. Okay. This is going to be important, right? Oh, he wrapped it around himself. My health is kind of messed up, huh? That's a fake. That's a fake. Same scene as the office room and the dining hall. Oh, this is the one that's in the office. Shit. God damn it. What is this? Blocks the way, uses the light. He gets the sheet, I guess, and wraps it over him? Sorry. Okay, I get it. No, it was this one. I'm blowing this pretty hard. Switched on. What is switched on? What is that? Is that the burner light? We're starting up and going down, right? Killer gets a blanket. It's just those two. At the office room, when the blackout occurred. Same scene as the office room and dining hall. I guess it's this. Because that's what happens in both.
Here's everything
Yikes.
that happened in this case.
I did worse there than every single one in the previous game.
Beginning with right after the party started. Byakuya had us gather in the dining hall of the old building near the hotel. He was extra cautious about a murder occurring that night because of a threatening letter he received. Therefore, he decided to throw a party so he could monitor us. Though one person didn't come, the rest of us assembled at the dining hall, and the party was underway. But at that time, the trap set by a certain someone was already in motion. they plugged 3 irons into the outlets in the storage room, which nearly capped the power usage. Additionally, they prepared something else that would activate at 11:30 p.m. The air conditioners in the office and dining hall. They had already set the timers for these. Thanks to the irons maxing out the power usage, the breaker was tripped when the air conditioners kicked on. Since the windows in the old building were covered, the blackout plunged the dining hall into total darkness. But when that happened, Byakuya took out a specific item that he brought in his case. That item was the night vision goggles. Byakuya was so concerned about a murder occurring that he brought a variety of security equipment with him. When he put on his night vision goggles, Byakuya witnessed a certain someone making a suspicious move. He saw Nagito guiding himself with the desk lamp's power cord so he could get under the table. That's right, everything up to that point was all part of Nagito's plan. The murder warning to Byakuya, the source of the blackout, it was all Nagito. While the blackout was happening, someone else, the real...
Who do you think Nagito was gonna kill? And where and how? Was he gonna just stab someone in the dining hall and then put the knife back?
The killer probably already knew about Nagito's plan, so they knew a blackout was coming. That's why the killer prepared all the items they would need to commit their crime in the dark beforehand. They needed a light source, which was provided by the portable stove in the kitchen. They needed a weapon, too. This had also been hidden in the kitchen beforehand. The long iron skewer used in the churrasco dish. The killer hid that inside that meat with the bone in it. With the weapon and portable stove in hand, the killer stepped out into the hallway. First, they closed the fire door in the hallway so their light source wouldn't peek toward the dining hall. Then, guided by the light, the killer headed toward the storage room and grabbed a specific item. That's right, a tablecloth to block the blood splatter. With this, the killer finished their preparations and snuck under the floorboards through the secret passage. They probably turned off the portable cooking stove at that point, or left it near the entrance of the door. The floor in the dining hall is full of gaps, so there's no way they could have safely held a light source. But thanks to the glowing mark they painted earlier, the killer was able to get beneath the table. Under the table, Byakuya found the knife that had been hidden there. If only he had retreated, he probably wouldn't have gotten killed, but he had to retrieve that knife. And at that moment, the killer lurking beneath the floorboard stabbed straight up with the iron skewer. The killer had been waiting in the dark for the moment when the glowing paint began to move. After they murdered Byakuya, the killer purposefully shouted from beneath the floorboards to make it seem like they were still in the dining hall. Afterward, they came out from underneath the floorboards and rushed back to the kitchen. And then, after hiding the murder weapon in the kitchen, they rejoined the group as if nothing had happened. There's only one person who would have been able to commit this crime, especially if that person is someone who'd think of an unexpected way to hide a weapon inside food. Isn't that right, Teru Hanamura?
Oh.
That's what happened. How about it? Did I get anything wrong?
This is a mistake. A mistake, I tell you. I would never kill anyone. Would never.
It seems this is the end.
Well, he almost went full on Bruce Lee there. $59. B. Which one was which? Oh.
It looks like your argument has come to a close.
It's time to see what the punishment looks like in this game.
Wild side for a second. Was that a side effect of the meat I just ate? Well, putting that aside, let's move along to the nerve-wracking voting time. Now then, please pull the lever in front of you and cast your vote. Oh, just a reminder, make triple sure you vote for someone.
Oh.
If you don't vote, I'm gonna eat you up just like that meat from earlier.
Huh.
Why did this happen?
Who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Such heart-pounding excitement!
I was wondering if I was actually going to have to vote. Because that would be really interesting, because it would imply that later on in the game you might want to actually not vote for the person, and the circumstances that would create that situation would be really interesting.
Correct!
Alright everyone, this tiny little pervert's gonna get skewered. Let's all watch. Are you serious? Out of all these people, are you saying a ponce like him is the one who killed Byakuya? But...
You've got it wrong.
It was a mistake. I'm telling you, it was a mistake. I was only trying to save you guys. I was only trying to stop Nagito from murdering one of you. Trying to stop? What do you mean? I spent all morning in the old building preparing the dishes for the party, and then I heard a weird laughter near the dining hall, and when I peeked over there, I saw him. I saw Nagito in the middle of cleaning duty putting that knife under the table. I had a bad feeling about it, so I continued to watch what he was doing, and I saw him place the irons he brought in the storage room and mess with the air conditioner timers. Plus he was grinning, just grinning by himself the whole time. So I questioned him.
When that happened, he...
You caught me?
What?
Been caught?
Hey!
What are you doing? What are you scheming? I'm planning to kill someone, of course. Teru, just to let you know, it's pointless of you to stop me. If you stop me now, it doesn't matter. I will never give up. Whether it's tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or the days beyond that, I'll definitely start the killing.
Impossible!
No matter how much you want to leave this island, that's just... I see. So that's what you think. Well, that's not it at all. This isn't about my survival. I just want the killing to start.
What?
What are you saying? I love everyone here. That's why I want to be of good use to them. I love all of the Ultimates, and I admire them for being symbols of hope.
Amazing!
That's right. In the name of hope, I love everyone's talents from the bottom of my heart. That's why. I don't want them to lose against something like killing. I want them to prove to me that hope will never lose, no matter how daunting the despair they face may seem. I want everyone to prove to me that hope will never lose to despair.
No. See?
Isn't it typical that if you face a strong enemy, you will become even stronger yourself? Which means the stronger the despair you face, the stronger everyone's hope will become, right? I want to see that brightness, and in order to see it, I'm going to become everybody's stepping stone. I want to make your hopes shine. It's as simple as that. That's right. I yearn for a powerful hope that can overcome any kind of despair.
Right?
Don't tell me you're actually serious. See, you don't understand. That's fine. I don't really mind. I'm just an obsessed fanboy, so it's alright that this love of mine is unrequited. I suppose I can be called the ultimate fanatic.
No way!
I There's something wrong with you. Do you really think so? Do you really think there's something wrong with me? But isn't that what love is? Nagito, what is the meaning of this? Explain it to me. I don't understand anything about this story at all.
See?
You see, if you have a favorite boxer, don't you want him to fight against a strong opponent and win?
Don't fuck with me!
You better not compare us to that.
What?
Am I wrong? It's a given that trials are necessary to become strong, and the harsher the trial, the stronger you become, no? For mere humans, killings are simply a tragedy, but for worthy humans, a trial such as this can elevate their status to an even higher level.
Amazing.
It's amazing to me that someone as untalented as myself can become that trial. There's no point in someone like me surviving. It's far more significant for me to die as everyone's trial. There's no greater honor than becoming the foundation so that your values may ascend to brave new heights.
What's going on?
You're seriously starting to piss me off.
What's going on?
I don't understand at all. Are you saying you basically wanted to commit murder for fun? It's not the same as killing someone for fun, but I guess it'd look the same in your eyes. I have no intention of surviving and leaving you all to die. Is that why you didn't mind when Teru discovered your plan?
Wrong?
Or perhaps that was your intention too.
So...
Nagito wanted to involve us in the killing. Plus, it'd be better for him if the mystery was more complex. Is that why you blatantly revealed your plan to Teru? You expected to pique Teru's curiosity, and you looked forward to the mystery becoming more complex. I mean, it also could have got way more simple if he just said, hey, Nagito planted a knife, he's gonna do something. That's why I took the time to tell him about the secret passage I found while I was cleaning. That was your doing as well.
You're right.
I just casually mentioned it. Oh, it's dangerous if you fall, so don't get too close to it. This dude, he's seriously batshit crazy. He's insane. That's right, that's why I tried to stop him, you know. But why? Why did you kill Byakuya instead? I mean, it was dark, you just saw the glowing, right? Nagito was the one who was supposed to take the knife. That's why I aimed and thrusted the skewer there. Why is Byakuya the one who died? Probably tried to stop Nagito from grabbing the knife and then in place of Nagito. No, I don't think that's it.
Perhaps...
Byakuya was probably trying to protect Nagito.
What?
See?
Because Byakuya said so, didn't he? As long as I'm the leader, I won't let anyone become a victim.
I will guide you all.
That much, I promise. In order to keep that promise, as long as he was wearing the night vision goggles, I'm sure he saw someone moving under the floorboards. Huh. That someone was aiming for Nagito.
Why?
You think? I guess that's possible. Teru killing Nagito would mean either Teru would die or everyone else would die. Yeah. Doesn't really add up. To keep his promise to protect everyone, he actually threw his own life away. And yet,
Such despair.
I never expected an ending like this. What? But we shouldn't let him die in vain. I'm sure everyone will become even stronger by overcoming this despair. Could it be you knew Byakuya would protect you, so you set him up to fail?
Someone like me?
Of course not, I'm not that good at calculating. I just took some precautionary measures. The results of that were going to be my fun for later. Just
How
kidding.
unexpected.
But I never expected it would turn out like this. I never thought I'd be the one to survive. But since it was my life that had been saved, I didn't want to just waste it. So that's why I decided to help Teru. Well, because Teru decided to commit his crime because he also had strong hope, right? Which means his actions were motivated by hope. If he was willing to go that far, I thought he might truly be the person whose existence I was waiting for. I thought he might be the hope that could defeat any type of despair. In order for me to confirm it, I decided to help him. What do you mean confirm? Just stop already. I couldn't really help myself when I am, but this is going on a long time. It's losing me a little bit. He wanted to kill me, but he ended up killing Byakuya instead, you know. If I left him in that confused state, this trial might have been ruined, right?
Isn't that right?
But in order for our hope to grow, this trial was absolutely necessary. That's why I decided to help him. I told him I don't care if I die, so you should just focus on escaping this island. Those are my exact words to him before the investigation. Isn't that right, Tera Tera? In the end, my help wasn't enough, and this turned out to be a bad ending for Tera Tera. But you should be proud of yourself. You will not die in vain. You will become a splendid sacrifice for everyone else so their hopes can grow even more powerful.
Impossible! Shut up! Shut up!
I'm gonna go crazy just listening to you.
Hey!
Is it really okay for us to just leave this crazy bastard alone like this? Isn't it better if we just fucking kill him off? Kill, he said. High school students are so violent these days. But the person who's gonna get killed now isn't Nagito. It's Tera Tera.
What's the matter?
You didn't forget, right? Because I told you already at the beginning, right? If the blackened killer loses, a fun punishment awaits them.
Wait! No.
I feel it's possible it's not my fault. Doesn't matter if it's an accident, self-defense, or intentional. A murder is still a murder. If you kill someone, that's murder.
Hey!
Because manslaughter's not real. Isn't there anything like sympathy judgments, extenuating circumstances, probation?
Impossible!
I don't accept any of those claims.
That's... Hey!
Save me, you guys. I was only trying to stop Nagito. Be honest, after learning about Nagito's plan, you saw an opportunity, right? You probably thought nobody would find out if you killed him after messing up his plan, right? That's what you thought, right?
Wrong!
There's no way a person who has no malice would kill someone like that. In truth, you were just desperate to kill Nagito and willing to sacrifice everybody else to survive, right? Just be honest already, at least in the end. He's got the foam mouth too.
That is...
Tera Tera?
Why?
If only you didn't try to kill Nagito, Byakuya would still be alive. Why did you try to commit murder? I just wanted to go home.
I needed to go back home no matter what!
Because she's waiting for me. Mama is waiting for me at home. She's waiting all by herself for the day I graduate Hope's Peak Academy and come home.
Okay, I'm going now. When I come back, I think we should talk again about opening an Aoyama and Azabu location.
Oh my, you're still talking about that?
Oh, I'm serious. The Academy guarantees success for its graduates, right?
This really... The emotional climax having this ridiculous accent.
So, I know it's gonna be difficult by yourself, but wait for me until then, okay?
Yes, you're right. Then I'll just have to do my best to keep the Hanamura Diner from going out of business until then.
She seems fine. She seems like she would be absolutely fine.
Mom, you don't have to work so hard. What if you collapse again while I'm gone?
Okay,
I'll
here we
be
go.
Fine. Moms are strong. I won't lose to some illness.
Okay.
I know that already. I know that already.
I promised her I'd become a full-fledged cook and save the Hanamura Diner. Mom is waiting for me to keep that promise. Even though she's sick and alone, she's still waiting for me.
That's why I need to go home!
But if we were told our memories were stolen and that several years had passed since our first day, then what happened to the Hanamura Diner? What happened to my mom who's still waiting for me? So you did believe what Monokuma said. You were saying all along, it's okay, I'll never believe something like this, so why? I still don't believe it. There's no way I can believe it. It has to be a lie.
That's why I wanted to go home!
I wanted to go home and confirm it. I want to make sure that I still have a place to call home. I don't believe it. It's not that Tera Tera didn't believe it. He believed it more than anybody else here. That's why he kept denying it. Because he believed it, he needed to deny it. Damn it, if only I knew how he felt, something like this never would have happened. I wanted to confirm by any means necessary. I had to do something. That's when I heard Nagito's plan. I found out he was gonna kill someone if I left him alone. That's why...
Fine, fine.
So you wanted the first kill.
Sorry.
Doesn't mean I wanted to sacrifice any of you, but it was the only thing I could do. And I ended up killing Byakuya instead of Nagito.
I think I'm the one who went crazy.
As far as motives to kill are concerned, wanting to see your mom is boring.
So, yahoo!
Seems there's no point in basking in the afterglow, so let's hurry up and begin the punishment. Please, please hurry up and begin the punishment. I was hoping to end this stream like 2 hours ago.
Jeez, get out of my way! Well now.
Wait.
Hold on a sec, I'm not asking for forgiveness anymore, but at least...
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment!
For Teru Teru Hanamura, the ultimate cook.
Hey!
Call me chef. No wait, that's not what I...
Please!
Please, tell me at least what happened to the diner, to Mama.
Let's give it everything we've
Aww.
got! It's punishment time!
Lies! I won't believe this!
I won't believe it. Game over. Teru Teru has been found guilty. Oh. What? Oh, the first one like paints him with a tracking. Nope. He's being breaded. Oh my god, is he gonna get deep fried? Oh my god, he's getting deep fried! Holy shit. Fuck.
Extreme!
Extreme.
Yeah!
The adrenaline is rushing through me.
Damn it!
How cruel.
What?
Didn't you learn when you were in elementary school? If you badmouth someone, the teacher writes it in a note and makes whoever you badmouth read it to you in front of the class. That's what? It's very specific. Are you okay, Monokuma?
No.
When that happens, only then do you think about how it feels to be badmouthed. The same applies to murder.
What are you saying?
You're the one who drove him to it. So cruel. This is just too cruel.
Nice.
Can't be helped. Rules are rules, and this is the killing rule after all. What rule? You're the one who's breaking the rules. I can't just let that slide. What do you mean? When you mentioned the motive, didn't you also promise something? There's a catch. Don't tell me the catch is... Figured it out yet? You guys have to kill each other. That's my bargaining point. You want your school memories returned to you, right? Then you better start killing. Why didn't you tell Teru Teru about his mom or his diner? He had a right to know. Yeah, us too. We all have a right to know. Hurry up and tell us. What did you mean earlier when you mentioned our school memories? I did promise to return your memories after the killing began. Telling them is kind of... But I never told you guys that I'd tell you right away.
Not fair.
Of course.
I'll keep my promise to return your memories someday. But it's still not clear when that someday will actually be. I I must excuse myself as well. There's something I need to do.
Huh?
What the heck?
So cruel!
They both ran away.
Then...
Monokuma had us wrapped around his finger after all.
Stupid.
Such despair.
But still, at times like this, as the symbols of hope, you guys need to keep doing your best. Why are you smiling? How can you smile in a situation like this, you creep?
Nope.
Nope. Didn't I tell you from the bottom of my heart, I truly love you all. You ultimates who inspire hope and your splendid talents, and I don't want to fucking hear this guy talk anymore. Please kill me anytime. If you hate me, I don't mind you killing me. I've already prepared myself to become your stepping stone. If absolute hope can be born from that, then my life is nothing special. How messed up are you? Anyway, if you're gonna kill me, make sure you discuss it with me beforehand, okay? You see, if you do that, then I can cooperate with the killer. Are you seriously intending to help the killer? It's not really that big of a deal. If you're students of Hope's Peak Academy, if you're the symbols of hope who possess the chosen talents, then it shouldn't matter to you guys at all if I cooperate with the killer, right? This is a crazy fucking wild card to have on here. This is a pretty great way to mix things up. I hate his stupid monologuing about hope and despair and all that. Like, I don't think any of it works. But it is a good idea to have someone who's gonna mix things up like this.
Hey!
Maybe this was his plan all along? Since he's willing to work with the killer, he wants us to think it's better for us not to kill him. I don't mind what you think of me. In actuality, thanks to Byakuya, I'm starting to feel the small desire to live.
This is exciting!
Mostly, I just want to watch everyone destroy all the despair that comes for you, one after the other.
Piss me off.
Can I punch you? I just won't be satisfied till I punch you. Fine, let's stop this already. It's just gonna be a waste of time if we keep dealing with him.
What?
Even Hajime hates me now? That stings. I felt you and I were quite similar. What is that?
Isn't that right?
You hold a special feeling toward Hope's Peak Academy, just like me. Don't put me in the same category as you. How can you say you're not? Monokuma said it himself. We don't know anything about each other's true nature. No, if it's true that our school memories were stolen, it's the same as not knowing our true selves, too. Especially for you, right? Someone who can't even remember what his talent is. Akane, please feel free to punch him. Will do!
Wait!
Hold on.
Please stop!
Nothing will come from fighting like this. There's something else we must do. Something else?
Please listen!
We must not argue with each other in a place like this. There is something more important we must do.
Let me ask.
Which is... do our best.
You fiend.
Well?
We must first leave here and get some rest, and then we shall all work together and do our best. Do our best so we may never have to come back here again.
Perhaps.
That is what I believe we must do right now. The princess stepping up. That leadership role's gone. There's a power vacuum.
I am sorry.
If only I was a better motivational speaker. No, that really touched my heart. You're totally right. What we need to do right now is our best. If we do our best, it's definitely going to pay off,
Yes.
right? That is right.
Like...
But what do we have to work at? I do not know, but we must do our best. I don't get you at all. You're some kind of moron.
Well?
Do our best is one of the worst anime lines ever. Yeah, because they have ganbate, right? Which is like a... It's a... When you've got a word for it like that, that has to be translated to a phrase, it becomes really alien. And it's, I don't know how you localize it, but I think you probably got to do something other than have the characters repeatedly just say, do your best, do your best, do your best.
Right?
So let's do our best.
But...
It's scary, but doing our best is the only, oh my goodness. Let's do our best. Wow, he didn't say it. I was just assuming everyone was gonna say it. And I was waiting. And then they said some cool stuff and I didn't say it out loud. Mostly because I can't, because it's 1:30 a.m. because this trial took so much longer than I thought it would. I kept using that phrase over and over. We knew they were just cheap, meaningless, empty words. Regardless, we still said it. We continued to say it over and over again without stopping. No! Say something else, though! The curtain had fallen upon the class trial where Byakuya and Teruteru were sacrificed. Afterwards, we left the trial grounds and returned to the mainland of Jabberwock Island. For the time being, we decided to go back to our cottages. After experiencing something like that, there's no way I could fall asleep. I gave up, got out of bed, and began walking around the hotel grounds for no real reason. After not doing much of anything, I dully looked up at the sky. And there, just like before, there it was. The night sky brimming with stars. Stars that looked like they were about to fall into my hands like fluttering snow. As I looked up at such a beautiful night sky, I can go anywhere. That thought crossed my mind for some reason. This sky is connected to anywhere, even to my daily life. That's why I might be able to go home. That's right, I'm definitely going to go home. That's when it happened. As I stared up at the night sky, I felt a strange convergence of sensation. And then while I continued to stare at the night sky, I felt my entire body stiffen with that sensation. Isn't this...
Is someone watching me?
I was gonna say, is he making a wish? What is happening? Chapter 1, Destination Despair End. We're down to 14. Danganronpa. My lights just flickered, so if the stream ends all of a sudden, it's because the power is going off. I'm going to save it up here, and that's the end of my stream. This case was a lot. For a first case, there was a lot going on. Complete misdirect with Nagito. I was a little bit ahead on some things, but a little bit behind. Like when it posed like who did it, right? I didn't know. I genuinely didn't know. It was very quickly afterwards that the breadcrumbs led me there, but it was a really good trial in terms of the evidence and the realizations you need to make. The mechanics of the trials are not good. It was really frustrating to see that they looked at the previous game, identified problems, and then made all the problems worse. So, a little bit disappointing. And then also mostly this went on way longer than I wanted, and I don't get a lot of sleep, and so I was eager for this to be over. Also, it's still really late, so I have to be really quiet doing the voices and stuff. It's just not really it was not a good time, I guess, for this to happen. But I committed to it, so I wanted to make it happen. I'm not going to commit to the next time because I don't know what's going on with my sleep schedule, and I want to be in a nice, positive place to experience this game because I think there's still some great stuff going on here. So I'm gonna try to aim for 2 days. It might be during the day, a more day stream. Might be later on. I really don't know. But look for me on Saturday. Thank you so much for watching. If anyone is new here, you can follow the channel. There's no alerts or anything. You don't got to worry about that. I'll highlight this to the VODs, where you can watch my playthrough of the first game and part 1 of this game, part 1 and 2. And I'll see you in a little bit.